Hi, hi. Freaking around the world, no. There we go. Hello, hi, welcome. Who is it? Oh, is it It is Nikki. Hold on, you fucking message me. Agony. I'm sorry, Nikki. I'm sorry. Anyways, hello, Nikki. Hi, Goober. Hi, Ryu. Hi, Haunted. Also, Kai, I did take my fuck ton of vitamins. I did. Hello, Turnip. Hi, Kai. And hello, Doc. Hello, hello, hello. Oh my god. I took so much medicine and it kind of all hit my stomach literally as I sat back down now to start talking to you guys, and it hit in a way that I'm like, oh. Oh. But it's okay. I have good tasting tea, and by that, I don't know, it just tastes good. There's a right amount of sugar. My belt doesn't fit me. Oh my god. Hello. The belt is on top of my desk, bro. Just sits there. Health, but I redeem regardless. Would you like your mental health right, meow? Haunted. 11, 15, and 10. That's your mental health, Haunted. That makes a nice little... That makes a nice little... How was Bitty Day?
Happy
Oh, why, thank
anniversary.
you. It's very flat. Also, thank you, Nikki. Thank you for
Happy
63.
anniversary.
It's very flat, so it went up because I slept on it. Simply, I slept on it, so it's just straight. So I said, let's add pizzazz. We'll put it up. That's the mentality. Okay, let me see. I think it's first roll besides haunted. Kai, here's your roll. 9, 10, and a 13. So you're doing pretty damn good. We did haunted. Hopefully haunted heard it. I don't know. Okay. Nikki, let's see how decorating will go. 16, 14, and a 13. I can never read the numbers on my cleric one. Doc. 13, 13. Fuck, you're so close. 13, 13, and a 6. You could have been 13, 13, 13. Also, Nikki, do you want my mini little rant, Nikki? Expecting 3 nat 1s? I hope not. I hope not. Okay. Turn up, let's see. Well, no, it still makes sense. You didn't get 3 nat 1s. You got 1 nat 1, you got a 4 and a 2. So you are a very low roll today, but you got us today. My brand new fucking dress. You cracked it? What the fuck? Also, Nikki, tell me why we had 2 months back to back of Friday the 13th. And I didn't go to either sale or promotion, and now we have to fucking wait till, like, I think it's, like, September? Till fucking November for the next Friday the 13th. Like, what the fuck? Do you mind? I didn't hear. Yes, you got a good roll. 4 other tracks. Fair. Big roll dice if available. Yes, I just have to grab it. It rolled off of my little thing, so it's just like behind. It was behind everything. But like, why the fuck did we have 2 back-to-back Friday the 13th? And now we have to wait till fucking November? What the fuck? Your man said I was competing with the washing machine. Real as hell. You got a good roll. Medium, high roll. Cord, I was too strong. Hold on, we gotta... I'll do the big roll in a second, Kai. That's so funny. Oh, yes, I do hate you. Oh, correct. Let me do... And go play in traffic. No! Don't play in traffic. Let's see. Kai? Oh, yeah, okay, the big dice hates everybody. You got a 2. You got a 2 with the big dice, Kai. This shit hates everybody. Is that my freezer? I think so. Mega high? Because I gotta do self-care shit. That's fair. Still decent. See, I hate this. This is a medium-sized belt. And that's perfectly fine because it gives enough space that, like, there's enough tail to make sure that I can, like, use it. But then the medium is too big where I now have to, I think I have to ask my dad to drill 2 extra holes or 3 so that it actually can fit. Because if not, when I sit, it doesn't fit right. Even when I stand, it doesn't fit right. Also, hello, giraffe. Hello, hello. Fucked up my neck's that pretty accurate. Okay. The big dice says your physical health then. No, bye-bye, bye-bye. How is everybody else doing today? How are we hanging out? Besides me freaking out about my belt. It's the same belt I had on yesterday. It's very pretty, very cute. It does its purpose. I think because my other belt is dying, but I had to do the same thing of drill 2 holes into it. I'm like, so be it. So be it. As a quick note, today we are playing Resident Evil Requiem today. Obviously, once we're done yapping. But we're restarting our insanity run because I felt like shit with that run. Also, I think I did put myself in a little bit of a pickle with it, so we're just gonna restart it. So yeah. This physical, let's see how accurate. Okay. Let's get a roll. A 4. You got a 4, Doc. That was your physical roll with the big dice. A hold of the first volume of the manga I wanted to collect. Ooh, what manga was it? Minecraft. Do love Minecraft. I need to do my nails. I need to buy some books, but I also don't. I'm trying to read this book. It doesn't show a lot. It's Masters of Death. I took off the sleeve. I don't know where I put it. Oh, it looks like it's over there. It's such a weird book. I'm vibing with it. Gorgeous fucking art. Oh, Nikki's gonna be so happy, Kai. Nikki's gonna be so fucking happy. Gorgeous fucking art. Gorgeous fucking art. Oh, Nikki, actually. You have ears, right, Nikki? And by that, you hear me. What? Okay, you do. One, yeah. To the note of what manga Kai got. Yes. We love that. The second thing is the book I'm reading is very interesting because this little girlie is a vampire of some sort. But it's very interesting because there's different types of vampires, which there is in different cultures. There's different like cryptids, different mythology, different ways that they believe their vampires are, or like different branches, kind of. She's Filipino, so she got bitten while she was in the Philippines. Sorry, I just kind of like war flashbacks. The one, I forget the actor's name. She's white, but when she's talking about the Filipinos who live next to her, she immediately just starts doing the accent. That like the way I said the Philippines was, oh, damn near close to that, and that about triggered me to that whole monologue of her speech. Anyways, yeah, it's very interesting because she turns into a cat. And then the other like cryptids, other monsters are like, what are you doing out? It's during it's daytime right now. How are you out? And it's like, oh, I'm not like the European one. And I'm like, huh? Huh. Okay. That die fucking waited. Dude, bro, it fucking, the dice is really heavy. Oh, that was a nat one. But I don't think it is. It's just, it just fucking hates everybody. Also, hello, Steve. Hello, hello. Not just so many times, but I wanted to read it. The first volume today. Yes, it's really good. I need to actually read it and watch it. But I do love. I think I watched the first episode because we put my other best friend through a whole bunch of first episodes of anime so she could get a flavor test so she could start a whole bunch. So yeah. Thank you for the honk, Leo. Kibby. She turns into a kibby. I don't think it's a small kibby though. I think she turns into like a fucking giant kibby that kills people because she did kill a person. Wisdom of the day, please. Wisdom of the day. Take your fucking vitamins. Take your vitamins. Don't get sick. Night rings, gotta have them. Daylight rings. You're so right. I don't know why my brain really said that as dying light rings. Just really like the game. Gotta be like Stefan and Damon from freaking Vampire Nowies. I do love that. Let's see, Ryu. 18, 15, and 3. Take your vitamins. But mental health, you're doing good. Mental health, you are doing good. Hello. Turning into a cat. Philippine. Yes and no. I was very hold on. Because I wasn't that far from the text of which she has said. It wasn't exactly. Oh, that's the miracle talk. Okay, it's the last chapter. That's still talking about Fox. The one she talked about wasn't exactly that, but I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, here we go. As oh shit, how do I fucking say that? It's a shapeshifter monster, but feeds on human flesh and blood. So similar to vampire. Nikki, I need your help on this one. Because I'm gonna butcher the name and I'll say it. It's a Aswang. How do you say that? How spell it out for me phonetically? Phonetics? Miss Linguistic, I don't know, but it's also your countryman. That's the one she is. The Amended Archives event where all the voice actors. Wait, really? Wait, that's so fucking cool. I'm gonna have to tell Jordy about that. We both can't go, but that's fucking cool. I fucking love Magnus Archives, but that's also so much. I need to be taking iron supplements. I should also be taking iron supplements. At least every once in a while I should be. That's fucking cool. I'm gonna have to check that out. Like I said, I probably can't go. I'm a little far. But that's really fucking cool. I love phonetics. I love phonetics. Look at that silly little word. I locked it to the song, sorry. Anyways, and that's the one that she is, because she was specifically bitten while she was in the Philippines. Which also thus then that yes. Oh, I could smooch you on the lips. Right, meow. Aswang? Okay. That's why I was like, I can say it, but I'm gonna butcher it the first time because unfortunately, it's also because of somebody's name at work that I say Wang because of what we call him. So there was no hope for me for that until I heard it from Nikki. Anyways, thank you, Nikki. Anyways, that's what she is. But yeah, she turns into a little kitty. I say little kitty, but I'm pretty sure it's a very big kitty. But the art is gorgeous. Art is gorgeous, but it's really hard for me to pick this up. I don't know. It just kind of started and I'm like, okay, well, what are we doing here? Big tickets on 400. That's fucking crazy. Magnus Archives. Events. Wow. Oh, that would be that. You know, I have enough time. I could get there out there at the end of at the end of May. I could do it. Exactly, Coco, sing it. My Berserk manga. I don't really care for Berserk, but I love this freaking off my arm. Freaking Spills Edition one. It's gonna this one. Oh my god. Meow. Rusty Quill.
Well, we're halfway there. Well, lizard on a chair.
Lizard on a chair. That's very good. Yeah, they look like fucking Bibles. What is it? Who has it? Trigun. Trigun? Yes, Trigun also has fucking ginormous special edition. Fuck it up, Steve. Yeah. Sing it for the back of the class. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I think there's a tabletop game that's really freaking cool. That's really freaking cool. I love this song. Sorry, but on my older playlist. Meow. I swear, meow, yeah. Well, Trigun anime is amazing. I do like the new Trigun that came out, but because I love the animation, like some of it just looks really smooth and I like it. I need to watch it. Oh, dude, go! New season of Devil May Cry. May 12th. Very excited. I know a lot of people didn't like the first season. At the end of the day, I'm like, I don't know, that was really fun to watch. I still don't know why Mr. Nero is Dante and he doesn't know either, but he did it. He did it either way. A little extra belated birthday present for me, I suppose. I'm gonna eat it up. I'm going to eat it. I'm going to devour Devil May Cry. I fucking love Capybara, Devil May Cry. La Bamba. I need you guys to listen to my day list. I'm gonna hit shuffle. Okay, so that one's accurate. Did it actually switch? No, I swear to God, there's some weird freak songs on here. Yeah, there is. Because tell me why no longer you is on here. And this day list is Japanese lo-fi beats, J tracks Thursday morning, and no longer you got on here. Is that Iris Out? That was Iris Out, which I am actually going to put it back to Iris Out because I actually really love that song. I just needed to go see, and 5 Seconds of Summer is also on here. Fucking weird. Mass Effect TV show? They're making, are they officially? Hold on, Google a Mass Effect TV show. Ah. Ooh. Okay, yeah, so it is actually happening. Yeah, okay. That's kind of weird and crazy. I'm intrigued. 5 second songs? I like it. Yes. Oh, and I've ever heard. Oh my God, really? Would you like to listen to 5 Second Summer? I can show you my favorite ones from back in the day before they changed their style, which completely fine. It was after a huge gap, and then they came back, and that was the more vibe that they went for. I'm like, really good. Nikki loves that album. Centipede, opposite season. Ooh, the second season's in July? Okay. Change their style? I mean, okay. Sorry, Iris Out. Iris Out really wants to be played. They really want to be played, and I keep on switching it up. Okay, so we're gonna roll it back. One of my early favorite songs. I don't want to do the first album. I'm gonna do this one because this was my favorite. Sounds good, feels good. Okay, that's the B-side. I don't want that. Give me the deluxe. Permanent Vacation was one of my favorites. Sorry, Iris Out. We almost got through Iris Out, okay? This is what they used to sound like, and we will play this full song, and then I will queue up. Then we'll queue up, less educated. We'll do Youngblood. That has the most. Yeah, we'll do Youngblood. I don't know what their new album sounds like, and I really should because I'm going to go see them. Nikki's gonna go see them as well. Jen, I fucking love this song. Selling my tickets. Actually, you are? I didn't even know where you were gonna be anywhere around there. I mean, I will say yes, but also, you like concerts. That's your, like, escapism. Destination gratification. We're told to make the show more non-gamer friendly. I hate when they do that. That means it's automatically going to do bad. Because I will say, Wait. Show's gonna bomb. Yeah, because like I will say, it comes out from day of my concert. Ooh, ooh. I'm hoping the best for you, Ryu. I'm hoping for the best. Sounded not gamer friendly. Okay, I will say the new Silent Hill is like they're coping with the fact that it's a game and they have to put stuff in there from the game, but then also as a movie standpoint and horror, they also were like, man, but I don't really want to make this horror. We're gonna make him be a good guy and save the day. No. He beat his wife and killed her. He's bad. Give me the psychological torture of a horror movie because I love that fucked up shit. Enjoy yourself at a concert? That's what I'm saying, Coco. She is moving out, but also I still do stand by that point because you need some escapism, and happiness. I will say the Until Dawn one, that is the only video game movie that completely is not the fucking video game, but actually did well. Because it was a cheesy, campy horror movie. And I was like, okay, actually, if you just didn't name it this, I would have liked it. I would have liked it. Beat her? I just thought he cheated and smothered her? I would have to watch back the tapes. I know for a fact he killed her. He was a piece of shit, though. I would call him a wife beater. He would. If she was still alive, he would. How much did you spend? How much did I spend? I'm spending so much money this year. There we go. Sorry. I was trying to scroll through all of how much is my fucking ticket? Justine, how much do I owe you? I think I owe her like 160. Oh, and this is the newer vibe of I don't know why I turned it up. I'm gonna compete with them in a second. This is the Youngblood one that Justine, not Justine. That's who I'm going with the concert with. That Nikki fucking ate up and had a chokehold on her this whole album. Is he gonna make Until Dawn? I do kind of hope they actually make a proper Until Dawn one. They don't need to, but like, it's a good fucking story. I don't know why they did the other one and then did this. Then they want to do that. So yeah. That is fair. I mean, I'm not controlling you. It's your choice at the end of the day. If her and didn't want her to suffer, he'd be more redeemable, but he admits the most selfish reason. Exactly. Exactly. I did give him redemption at the end in my playthrough, but like, in that fucking movie, you're telling me, yes, it's spoilers. I don't think anybody cares because, truth be told, the whole movie's bad. And if you want to see it, I need you to experience the rest of the shitty stuff. You're telling me he got the water ending, and then they say, actually, we're just going to reset it all so that he goes back to the day that he first met her. Like, huh? Because I really thought we got a proper ending from the game, and I was like, okay, cool. Actually, like, really fucked up, but like, I like it. Okay. No, couldn't even give us that. Also getting a movie, I think. Yes, I did see some of the set. The set looked kind of cool. It was the first church that you see when you go into Elden Ring. I'm intrigued about that one because I'm intrigued at what they're gonna focus on for that story. Because there's so much in Elden Ring. Bloodborne animated film. Dude, Bloodborne. Oh my god, Epic the musical animated movie coming out. I think movie. I don't think TV show. I think it's a movie. I believe in Jacksepticeye. I believe. I'm gonna trust him. Water. Anyone he. Yes. Yes. He literally fucking kills him. He drives his car into the water with the body of his wife, and that's how it's supposed to end because he cannot forgive himself. And that's okay. That's how that's supposed to be. Except it doesn't really make sense with the rest of the fucking movie, but like from the game lore, that's how that's supposed to be. And then they say, no, actually, you're just going to wake up to the first day that you ever met Mary, which is very different in the movie than the game, but that was completely fine. I didn't really care about that. Yeah, Rio, I think you're right with that one. Yes, that friend downstairs. Okay, be safe, don't fall. That was the canon ending, but not sure if it's true. I've also heard there's no canon ending. I don't know if it's any of it's like canon or not. I know when we... Sorry, I haven't listened to the newest 5 Seconds of Summer album, so this was another jarring jump of style. They went from punk to like pop punk to like, I don't know what this would be. Jordy214 is playing Slay the Spire. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna fucking kill me. He's gonna end me. I do like the vibe of this. Like now very alt punk. I would say that, yeah. Like a little bit of like that hyper, I guess hyper pop punk, boy band punk. No, not boy band punk. Maybe the pop punk would be a little bit boy band punk. I actually kind of vibe with this more than Youngblood, but I know Nikki vibed with Youngblood a lot. Please, Spotify, open the fucking link. I kind of vibe with this a lot. Straight slaying his shit. He is straight. I should message him that. Jordy, you be straight slaying your shit. Okay. Spotify, why are you gonna be like this? It's gonna like load it right after. Okay, yeah. The moment the moment I try to actually copy the link and manually go to it, it comes up with it. Isn't 5 Seconds to Jared Leto's band? No, that is 5 Seconds to five. Oh my god, 5 Seconds to Mars. It's Mars. It's the Mars one. 30 Seconds to Mars. They're 30 Seconds to Mars. God, I love The Kill. That was like my favorite fucking song. I was like, it's Seconds to Mars. That's all I remember. This Is War was also really good. I used to love Jared Leto because I loved 30 Seconds to Mars. Okay, 5 Seconds Summer. Maybe I really do like this album. Call a group of... Oh no. Call a group of Batman. What? What do we call them? The alien... That's essentially them. They're the fucking orphanage. No more Batman. The alien ending should always be canon endings. Dude, I need to get the alien ending and Silent Hill F, but I agree. Or the dog one. I think the dog one should be the canon one. Kill is such a good song. It is such a good song. Rip to Batman. And all of his kids. Keeps on just... He just has an orphanage at this point. Like, actually in his own house. Is it a banger? Yeah. What did I say? I said another one. Hold on. 30 seconds. Oh, hold on. Sorry, 30 brought up a different song. 30 Seconds to Mars. I loved The Kill. This Is War. I think I liked Kings and Queens. That was a weird... The 2005 album was really fucking good. Oh, there was a song on the other one. Hold on. There was a song on this weird album from 2023. Stuck. I don't know why, but I really liked that one. It just hit a jingle in my jingle.
Just when you thought that vegetables didn't have phone, boom, onion rings.
Onion. Who's calling you? Onion's ringing the phone. I didn't perish. Good. I'm proud of you. I can't have you perishing on me. I don't know why I do that. I don't know why I do that. Everybody at work has to be subjected to my weird little, like, they're not even like tics, but weird little habits that I do. I'm just a fucking freak. I'm just a fucking freak. Bro, I'm so excited for the One Piece stunt show uh at Universal. I'm so fucking excited. Also, Nikki, they do have Sailor Moon this year. I can give you the lore and tidbits about that, but I'll probably message you that because that's backstage things. Maybe Stims. Ooh, Stims would work better. Stims would work better. At this point, it's not even Stim. It's just a fucking habit. Because I like the way that it tastes, so I just continue going. Quite delicious. I do like that. The Stims would be dude, fucking Smiling Friends has ruined me. I say something in the wrong tone of voice, and I'm like, what do you think? What do you think about my penis, Charlie? My heroes don't like my penis. Anyways, yes, Sailor Moon is there because instead of the JJK show that they did last year, which is like an animated show, they put in Sailor Moon, but they also last minute did Sailor Moon meet and greet, and they have some themed foods, which I figured they had that one going, they just kept it a secret. And by last minute meet and greet, I mean last minute. I'm gonna go, yes you do, I can give you the review. I am going freaking what how many weeks? Dude, 2 weeks? Meet and greet? Yes, I do. It was really cute. People were saying is they weren't criticizing. A lot of the people were saying it's a really good cast. She looks really gorgeous and I do love her. Some people were saying like she should be more confident in like what she's saying and being louder. But people were saying I think she was just nervous. You could see her hands kind of shaking. It was like, oh, because it was the cast preview night, I believe. So it was her first time like really going out. And I'm like, she's just a nervous little baby. Said it's FanFest? Yes, FanFest. Okay, please, Spotify, open this link. It did. It did it immediately. It just wanted to give me problems with Coco song for no reason. Told Alec, good. Just randomly changing his voice. The boss? It's been canceled. I know. Oh no, oh no. Dude, the fucking lyrics fucking Bob. Marry me. Yes, but also no. But like, yes, fuck it up, sir. Can afford for us to go to FanFest? Crazy. But yeah, there is Sailor Moon. It's Scooby-Doo down in the lower lot. One Piece meet and greet, which they changed how that works, but that's fine. But the One Piece show. Harry Potter. It is the hippogriff. Missing hippogriff. And then D&D, but I didn't catch too much about what the D&D one was. It's just another D&D little, like the mini show that they did last year. I say as if I went, but like it's a little mini show, not a full show. Still on the past, still thinking about Smiling Friends. No, that makes more sense. I love the boss. The boss's fucking voice is so funny. Because he really does just change it up. I can go to it anyway, but when is it happening? Let me actually get the proper dates. I think it starts next week. Yes. Oh, just kidding. It starts today. It opens today. And it goes to May 16th. It's usually a short time, and it's like, it almost feels like the mid-year event at Universal before, like after Christmas ends and then before Halloween. Can't get money together? It's okay. They're slowly getting better at FanFest and bringing stuff. Would love if they brought Resident Evil, but I don't think they would ever bring that for FanFest. Hello, Junior. How are you? Doing for your birthday? Yeah. At least for one day. Because I don't know if I can get my days off for Ren Fair to go. Dude, the fucking super monkey ball. I hate how smooth it is. It just suddenly becomes so smooth from the rotoscope, and I'm like, ah. What timing? I have too many scheduled obligations right now. No, real as how. It usually, I will say, Steve, it usually does happen every year around the same exact time. So Plan for next year if you really want to go. I think about January is when they start kind of announcing some of the things, at least the main events for it. That's me birthday. Coco, you're also a Taurus? I need to write down your birthday. I don't have like all my friends' birthdays written down. I think the only one that I will forever know is Jordy. If I forget that one, please check my mental health and my eyesight. I bet do you hate me? Well, it was just gonna be me and B because we were going for a One Piece. And also we're going on a Thursday. Hee because I can't get weekends off. There's a lot of fortune cookies. There's a lot of fortune cookies. Next year? As long as events, I mean, that's true, that's true. It's a good thing to plan for, at least of like, okay, maybe I want to go to this. Let's see. Because I only think we do it here in Hollywood. I don't think, this is the other 30 song that came up. I don't think Florida, Orlando does it. So reminded every fucking time. Jordy just has to go and shove his birthday into our faces. Like, God, what the fuck? I'm working Monday to Thursday? And Saturday. Monday to Thursday. Okay. I had to think, I was like, what days of the weeks are left? Okay. Check no, Romeo. That actually would be a really fucking funny, catchy song. There we go. At Q. Okay. What was I gonna do? I was about to say I was gonna write something down. I was gonna write down Coco's birthday. I feel like there's another birthday in May. Oh my god, I'm gonna be at a music festival. My horrible writing. My writing isn't horrible. I just horribly wrote that.
Sarah's birthday is in less than 2 weeks.
Ah. Look at Glep and Pim. Okay. Who is this? Playing Right Meow? TikTok trend? Yes, it is. It's one of my fucking favorite. I used to listen to them so much. Do you not remember who this is, Nikki? Activate the brain cells. I'll play another song by then too, except it's going to be added to the queue, so it's it's going to be later. Oh my god, which one do I want? Let me do the deluxe. Is it Hollywood Undead? No, but also a good banger. Would add up for if it was me playing it, so yeah. Do I want that one? It's like same era as that. I'm gonna play this one because I don't want the collaboration one. I didn't mind the collaboration one. That's why I'm like, I know you know who this is. You know who this is. Justine. Oh my god. Do you remember when Justine's car got broken into after prom? I don't know if you actually remember that. I don't know if you knew that happened. Oh my god, okay, good. Yeah, they stole this shirt. They stole this shirt from her. Which, mind you, it wasn't like a shirt from like their concert. It was one of their shirts from Hot Topic. Don't know why they stole that though. Don't know why. Don't know why they stole that. I definitely think it was Hollywood Undead. Fair. And it was not. I can confirm it was not. This is 30 Seconds to Mars song. I'm gonna skip it. This part of the song is what jingled my brain. I just really liked it. It jingled it. It was a hot shirt, apparently it was. Associate Justine with the main. Anyways, okay, this is the queued up song. Hold on. Where's my cue? Okay, that is my cue. I'm going to move the other song up so that Nikki can hear it, and then Check Yes Juliet will play. We have to let this song play. Because it was a cue song. So we're going to keep it, and then I will tell you again, fucking Spotify work. At cue. Because I know you can get it. I know you know who it is, Nikki. Everybody should know who it is. I've seen them once live. Did not really like them live, and unfortunately, it wasn't because of them. It was the fan base around them because they. I was still in high school, I think, and these fans were older, perfectly fine, but then they were all drunk and acting like a fool, and I'm like, please, there's other people here. I need to buy an electric kettle. Hold on, we're gonna. Can you see the reflection in my glasses? We're evoking the reflection, unless you can see the reflection in my eyes. Yes. Yes, Junior. Churros. Nope. 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 Okay. I can't spell. Okay. Ow. Okay, I kind of want this one. How many? That's 50 in there. That's 40. 120 churros. I think I spare. My cats really like churros, but some of them have lost their teethies. So I do really like buying churros. Beef and cheese variety. I'll just keep it the seafood. But so some of them have officially lost their teethies. So I like to buy them churros because they can't really eat too much, you know? What is that? Kettle. What is the kettle? Electric kettle. What is the kettle? Electric kettle. Hmm. I will shop for this later, but I need to buy those churros. ICP, you seem to, I seem to, oh, the type to secretly enjoy them? No, it was not them. This is them again. Nikki, I'm summoning you again, Nikki. I'll turn it up a little bit. Like, it's such a good fucking band, and I love them. Like, type to love them and disappear right after. Yes, it is. It is 303, baby. God. Now I do need to do this. I don't think I have any songs saved by them. I'm like, I know you fucking know who it is. I was not gonna give it to you. Not that easy. Check it, Julia. We'll play next. But I do actually want this whole song. Mindless. Self-indulgence. No, I don't really want them. Hollywood. Undead. I do want a Hollywood Undead now. Do we want Riot? I think I have to play... Undead is good though, too. Like their most known song. It's a fucking good song. Okay, you're telling me the other one wasn't one of their most well-known songs? Hold on. Let's see. Actually, the next... Oh, their most well-known song, actually so true, is Don't Trust Me. But because Richmond right now is going around TikTok, which I fucking love Richmond. I should download and I should charge my iPod because I know for a fact I have 303 on there. But I don't remember what songs. I know I had My First Kiss on there. Also I played the version of Starstruck that does not have Katy Perry, though I don't mind the one with Katy Perry. I didn't really care for it. Like, I don't. I'll listen to either one. That's 303 looks like, but they're hot. No, what have that done anymore? So real, Nikki. That Katy Perry was better. It was better. I can agree now. But I didn't really care. The music video was really funny with Katy Perry. Also, it was when Katy Perry was kind of a freak, so it kind of just made sense. Now she's normal. 303? 303? I loved 303. Did 2 songs with Kesha? That is also good. Yes. What was the other song? It's with this. Oh my god, that's my favorite fucking song. Double Vision. I loved Double Vision. We Are Young was really fucking good too. The, what is it, Streets of Gold album 2010? Love that one a lot. Now it's Check Kiss Juliet. Now it's, we're away from 303 for a little bit. Still Around made me emo. I don't know why. Okay, Nikki, I got a shot 2 days ago. I got my tetanus shot. My arm fucking hurts. Wow. Okay, I really tried to spell Still Around. The U did not work. Oh, yes. Yes, Junior. Sorry. 16, 7, and a 4. Did you open your fortune cookie? Fortune cookie of the lunch. Must be the nano machines. Fucking nano machines. Can I turn into, the Senator? I should play Metal Gear. I'm not playing Metal Gear today. Luck happens when preparation meets opportunity. Ooh. Okay, I like that one. Also, Nikki, I'm on different medication now. That may sound really jarring, but 1, I have one for my asthma, and 2, I have one because I still have this persistent cough, and so I got different medication to help get rid of that cough. And I do feel some of the effects, but also not really. But he did tell me don't take it too close to bed because it's going to keep you awake and alive. So yeah, but I'm only on that for 3 days. But then also I need the other one, which is the purple. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about, Nikki, and anybody probably could find it. But Nikki, the purple inhaler that goes kink. You have to take it, you know, the kink. That one. Yeah, I was supposed to be that on that this entire time, but it never just went to my CVS. It never went through. Never fucking went through. So I just never did. And he was like, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" I was like, "I don't know. It just never went through. Like, what do you?" You sent the medicine, I picked up what was there. And that was never there. But also it's out of stock right now, so I have to wait for it. Dude, no, my doctor's so funny. He's a little odd, but like, he's not bad. But like towards the end of the appointment, he was like, "Okay, and do you want anything else?" And I'm like, "What do you mean, do I want anything else? I'm here for you to tell me what you think I need. I don't know what I need." Things that keep me alive. Real as fuck, Junior. Metal Gear. Metal Gear. I fucking love Metal Gear. Slowly playing. Yes! Oh, that's a good bedtime game. That's a very weird, odd bedtime game with some of the lore in that game, but that's a nice bedtime game, Coco. Doctor, when I was diagnosed with ADHD, do you think you have ADHD? I don't know, bro. You tell me. I can say I do, but am I right? The long ladder will put you to sleep. Did I queue up a Hollywood Undead song? I did not. Also, we will be starting the game soonish. It's gonna be really fun. I think I want Everywhere I Go. What's another group I used to listen to that I feel like no one listened to? I listened to a lot of Nightcore. Ruined myself. Appointment almost over. Last chance to ask dangerous substances. You want? Dude, yeah, he literally asked me like, "Okay, and do you like? Is there anything else that you want?" I'm like, "I'm just sick. Can you help me?" Literally what I told him, and he laughed. I'm gonna have to tell him that next time. To the click 5, they have one album I like. Okay. Cool with bangers. Sorry, I don't know why, but you said just the pop princess, and my brain was like, Beauty and the Beast, Justin Bieber. Oop. My keyboard hit twice. Oh my god, that's who I want to listen to. Okay, we're gonna do Pop Princess, but then also, because I know I have it in here. I think it's Cinderella. Nope. It is. The nope was I typed 2 N's, 2 D's, and that was not how you spell Cinderella. My keyboard is trying to sabotage me. Trying to actually sabotage me. I was asleep in one of those 20-minute... Dude, some of the... Yeah, no, that's so real, Coco. Where some of that shit is so fucking long, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm watching as you, like, are slow blinking. It's just like, oh, is it over yet? No, okay. No. President of fucking... Waking up at that final fucking fight in, Revengeance. Waking up in the fucking sewers with those giant fucking apes attacking me? Dude, those things are scary. I can't figure that shit out. I really don't want to have to do those other scenes again. All those other fights that I've already gone through, but I said I would start it over. I know I had to have Moss help me about, like, timing and whatnot, but I was on stupid keyboard and mouse because I'm stupid. Just before the fight. Oh my god. You really were pushing your luck there. It's 3, I would fall asleep here and struggle, wake up perfectly able to guide him. You said, okay, yeah, don't worry, you can go over there, you can do that. Me with a B, when she was coming over, specifically with Resident Evil 2, because I've played that one so many times, I'm like, no, I would be playing little games on my phone or doing something else. I'm like, oh, just go over there, there's some ammo in that corner, you're fine. Exactly correct. This was Double Vision. I kind of feel like skipping these songs now. I kind of want to go to the other songs. I don't know. But I love Double Vision. Double Vision was such a fun song. Not their raunchy shit, but was just fun. It feels like the same fun energy, just with less of their freakness. They said, we'll put less freak into this one, but it's still gonna be a bop. I love Raiden. Nikki, we still gotta cosplay them. I have my Ocelot wig. I'm telling you, I have my Ocelot wig. I have used it for other things. It's also a very nice wig. I have Ocelot's wig. I need to come up with a costume for freaking whatever fucking convention that is. What did she say, babe? What day is that? Okay. Mirror. Avengers would have lots of cool cosplays. Yes, entirely correct. Entirely correct with that information. I need to get up the files so I can open up Resident Evil properly. Everybody singing like na 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 na. Okay, so that's up so I can open that whenever. Dude, I love Metal Gear. Ocelot revolver, Ocelot revolver, Ocelot revolver. I love Ocelot. I love Ocelot so much. Old man Ocelot, I love Ocelot. I love Ocelot. Do Mistral cosplay? Ooh. Hey, gee. Man. I still have a cough. I think because I'm making my lungs work overtime. That would be crazy. I don't know why I put on my glasses like that. As if I couldn't see the fucking image. As if I couldn't fucking see the image. That would be interesting to do. Like the whole back piece. Many fine women. God, she's such a freak. Just needs lots of arms, yeah. Just need lots of arms. Have I I haven't fought her. No, I haven't. Oh my god, somebody made her, but in Warframe. With the book. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. I fucking love this song. I'm the one who queued it up. I'm in touch with my inner child. Kubesi. Quiet. I would never. I do love Quiet though. She's adorable. Every song on the soundtrack amazing. Real as hell. Real as hell. Okay, I'm gonna skip this one to go to Still Around. Okay, we're gonna skip Still Around. I don't think I want to listen to this. But also, I can't afford skipping Still Around because then it's gonna go to Everywhere I Go by Hollywood Undead. Yeah, but Nikki, okay, we're gonna go from this to this. And I don't, and it's already too late because now he skipped it. And then it's gonna go from Everywhere I Go now to Pop Princess. Hi, Goomer. God, I love this song though. Beauty and Beast unit. Oh yes, a roll for you. 10, 18, and a 17, so you're doing pretty good. It is good. It's good. This song's so fucking good though. It's so good. Nikki, I still need to steal your Clinique. Is it pink honey? I haven't seen you though. So I really do like black honey. It kind of smells funny though sometimes. It smells like old makeup. And not like bad old makeup where it's like, oh, it's like gone bad. It just smells like how old makeup smells. That's all that thinking. Like a good old lady. Yeah, yeah. Only people who wear makeup would understand. And by that, Nikki. Nikki understands me. It smells like my grandma's makeup. But like, not that it's gone bad. It's just like their brand of makeup. Which makes sense. It's Clinique. But yeah, I would like to steal the pink honey. I feel like I have something for you too, but I don't. I genuinely actually don't think I do. What a crazy song this was. Okay, let's see what Pop Princess is. And then it's gonna go to Cinderella. I'm trying to fix my shorts. Because these are the ones with the ruffles, so they're all wrinkled. Not recently played. Nikki. Nikki. Their fucking album cover for this. They all have the fucking swoop, and one of them has a fucking bowl cut. We're not here for their looks. We're just here to listen to the music now. The other two have short hair where it's like, okay, you know, that's fine. Really feel early Beatles. They look like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. But this kind of bops. I would have eaten this up as a kid. I still would eat it up now, but I like this. Want to judge their looks? Give in, do it? Oh, I am. I don't think you guys realize. Hold on. I can't, like... I don't think you realize this. Okay, two of them had the Justin Bieber swoop hair from that era. Okay, fine. No, thank you. I fucking love the Beatles so much. The other two have short hair where one is just like the normal, like, even still now does it. Short hair, kind of pushed up. One is short hair, a little bit textured, curly-ish. The other one has a bowl cut with straight across bangs, and it bowls this way, so it doesn't go past his ears. It is a look. It is a look. They have a handful of great songs. I eat their shit up. I grew up with a big Beatles fan. Do better. We love the Beatles here. Light On by David No, I don't. Who the fuck is... I don't even know who this man is. I don't know who David Cook is. I love Eleanor Rigby so much. Cody Fry. Yes, Cody Fry did an Eleanor Rigby composition, and it is fucking beautiful. I have it queued up now. We'll get to Resident Evil one day. Okay. This was the song I was gonna play, but we do have a Q song. Give me to the Q. So we're gonna play the Q song. This is my old song that I fucking used to love. It's by Play. Love these girlies. Anyways. Metal Gear Revengeance. We gotta play this. And second in American Idol? Oh, okay. That would make sense. Of why I probably don't know. I used to watch a lot of American Idol, but like it was a weird time for American Idol. Because I never fully watched it, but if it was on, I would watch it. Beak, 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 beak. Their fucking albums are really good. I know I have. Yes, I do. It has to be this way. Platinum Mix, I have that one added to my liked songs. Honestly, I will add this one. This album's really good. The worst. Oh my god, not the Overwatch cues. Dude, I've been getting more into Overwatch because I'm shit at it. That when we tried to do comp queue recently, I was scoring very low. Completely fine because I really don't play that much Overwatch, so I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I usually only play for VODs, but now I'm like, no, now I want to play and play good. I've become a good Domina tank. Not best, but I'm getting there. Do I still have matches though where I miss every single shot when I'm Ramacha and I'm punching, physically punching, not even shooting them? Yes. But you know, we all have those. Being shit, it's just the MMR because you don't play. Yeah, it was rough. It put me at bronze 5 and then I moved to bronze 3. But yeah, I've never touched comp even from the first game. So it's really just like, you don't know what you're doing. I was like, okay, you may be right. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm not that bad. I swear I'm not that bad. I need to play more Overwatch. I did play the other day for Baldur's Gate night. We in fact did not play Baldur's Gate. We did play Overwatch because we lost one of our Baldur's Gate members. So we played Overwatch instead. That's when I trained to be a tank. I do really like Domina though. Damn, she's so pretty. Okay, cool. I can open the game now. The game. Crazy. This is top 5 soundtrack in gaming history for me. Honestly, it's a good fucking soundtrack. I love. Oh my god, no! I have to listen to the song. Not Papute. I don't think it's on here because I think they took off the whole fucking album. Somebody might have uploaded it though. Frick. One for Your Life is really good. I did like that. Oh, speaking of Tomb Raider, as I'm trying to find this, I've been seeing clips of the filming for the new Tomb Raider. I'm intrigued. I don't think it's gonna be bad. I don't think it's gonna be a bad Tomb Raider. It just, I don't know. I think it's a shift of even in the games, the new actress for Lara Croft, and then now in the movies we're having another new actress that I'm like, okay, whoa, okay, things are happening. The dark skin Emma Frost, yes, she is. She's really great. I actually really do like her kid. Fallout New Vegas, fair. Yeah, they fucking took off. Goodbye Paititi is fucking magnificent. I'm pulling it up on YouTube because that is my favorite Tomb Raider soundtrack song. Goodbye Paititi. And I remember the first time hearing that. Also, this is the version of Eleanor Rigby that is gorgeous. Love it. This. Okay. You pause. We'll go back to you, Eleanor Rigby. This is Shadow of the Tomb Raider. And when this song plays in the game, the first time that I ever like heard it, like with the cutscene, fucking gorgeous, and it is still fucking magnificent. Say that out loud. Zarya, I can't believe she's not a lesbian, bro. Like genuinely, I can't believe she's not. But you should root for that. You should root for that. I need to learn how to play her. A lot of 50s and 80s music. Who is that dumb bitch? Okay, that's me. I am that dumb bitch. I turned this up a little bit. I don't know if that's too loud or not. We're gonna leave it there. That dumb bitch. Fallout. Which did I play? Fallout 4, I think I was playing. That's a crazy statement. Yeah, fuck it up, Nikki. The man on the radio. There's a couple of songs on that radio from Fallout 4. I think it's the one that I was playing on stream that I really liked. It did get me copyrighted a couple of times. And I'm like, I'm sorry, it's in the game. What do you want me to do? Turn off the radio? I think not. I want a vibe. I think I will make more tea, but I'll do it after some of our Resident Evil. I want to play this Tomb Raider game again. I hold Tomb Raider so dear to my heart. There is there's a couple of editors whom I love on YouTube that do like end of the year edits for video games. It usually ends up being multi-fandom. It's like the all-around video games with TV shows and movies. And one of them used this song. And it was for a portion. It was only a small portion, but it was so fucking pretty and it was beautiful. Yeah, the actress for I'm not feeling it. What is her name? Hold on. It's Sophie Turner. I can't believe she broke up with Joe Jonas. Nikki, did you know that? Did you know they divorced? I don't know what the frick happened there, but like they seemed so happy for a good amount of time and then suddenly they're divorced. Anyways, I can agree. I really like Sophie Turner. But I don't know, something just feels slightly off. But she did get really fucking jacked for it, so I gave her props to that. She's buff as hell for it. I really liked the other actress that they had for the other Tomb Raider. Wanderer, but I fucking love that. Joe edited it? I don't know. That's crazy. I wish I could find a better picture. I will say, though, Angelina Jolie is my favorite Tomb Raider, but because that is nostalgia. But I don't know. I am intrigued to see how it plays out. But it's vibes of like, I don't know. They imagine what Lara is supposed to look like, and she's not it. Personal concern? No, I can see that. Sansa Stark? Yes, correct. Game of Thrones. What else has she been in? She was Jean Grey for the newer X-Men movies. It's really only been those like big well-known ones. Anyways, that was Goodbye Paititi. I don't know why I said that as if that was like, and that was Goodbye Paititi. Next up, we have the rest of Eleanor Rigby by Cody Fry. Before we open up the game. She's no Lara. Yeah, and I know people are really like, there's some people are being really hateful towards it where I'm like, okay, well, like, she may not look like the Lara that you want, but like, you don't gotta be that mean. But I get the same vibe of like, I don't know, something's just like not entirely correct there. Something doesn't fit right. It's your host late night radio. Yes, this is your host on the Night Cafe, Night Cat. What do we be? Night Cat, Night Cat late night radio show. Yeah, that's what it be. Like, this is your host at the late at no, this is your host at the Night Cat late night show. Sawa. That's me. You do have a good radio voice. Why, thank you. Will I do something with that? Maybe. Girl who played her in the remake should be here. Great as well. I did really like her. And it's so weird because it's such a weird vibe from Angelina Jolie to then, okay, what is her name? What is her name? Tomb Raider. Not television show. I'm intrigued though because it is a television show. So I'm intrigued how that is going to like play out. Alicia, that is her name. She's married to she's married to Magneto. Magneto. But like Angelina Jolie and then Alicia is such a completely different vibe. But to me, they both fit a Lara Croft version. Sophie Turner, for some reason, just like something doesn't fit. And I don't think she's gonna be bad, but like, I don't know. It's not clicking. And I really don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just like her looks or if it's her personality. I don't think it's her personality. And I think she can act fine. So I'm like, okay, it's not that. So it is her looks, but I don't know what it is in her looks. So I'm very like conflicted about it. I'm very confused about it. Very confused. But I'm glad I'm not the only one, and at least we're peaceful here about it, because, like, people were eating her alive to the point where I'm like, okay, yeah, she's not our Lara Croft, but, like, we don't have to be super mean about it. Also, I'm gonna start opening up the game. I'm not gonna start it immediately, and that's mainly for you, Steve, because I know you have not seen Resident Evil Requiem yet. Still highly recommended. Also, this may or may not be modded. I also thought for a second, where did my music go? Where did it go? I paused it. Where the fuck do I think it go? I'm the one who paused it. Also, I need to open it and make sure it opens properly, so we're gonna sit here while we figure that out. I don't think she's that strong of an actress. I could agree with that. That's why I'm like, I don't think she's a bad actress. But I don't know. They keep on not changing up Lara's lore, but they keep on starting from different start points of her lore that I'm like, okay, where are we? Where are we? In the old dusty trail then? Planning to play it soon, hopefully next month. That is okay. Like I said, I'm not starting immediately. I need to make sure it opens and everything goes right. But like, yes. I don't know, yeah, just something is ever so slightly off. I can play the music, but I won't switch to the screen because the screen does change after you finish the game, and that's completely fine. I love when games do that, but I won't do that to you until I know Steve is officially gone. I mean, I guess I could actually physically check. No line of cap. Can physically check. Steve is still here. See, I can physically check. Anyways, yeah. I am intrigued to see what the TV show is going to be about, because I do like when they base it on the like games in a sense of the artifacts, because I like knowing a little bit more about those stuff. Also, as an art history major and wanting to go into the humanities about different mythologies and like stuff, different religion and mythologies in different cultures, I eat that shit up a lot. I eat it up a lot. I eat that shit up a lot. Really fucking loved. First one was really fun because I love Japanese ancient history. Love that shit. Second one was really fun because then it was Jesus. So it was interesting. Third one was really fun because I never actually got to study a lot of that, but I studied a little bit of like my Spanish and where the fuck is that one? That one's in there. I studied a little bit of that history, but not too much, so it was really fun. Got too absorbed into Tomodachi life. Pixel art creation. What did you make? What have I created? Let me make sure. Okay. I'm switching to the game now.
Resident Evil.
Okay, so we're gonna do an insanity run. I want to switch to the game. We are gonna officially start playing the game, and that's just for Steve. After I fucking queue this up and fix this. Requiem. We are gonna do an insanity run. So there's that. I'm feeling Resident Evil 4 remake. The Chicago typewriter with the infinite ammo. It feels great. My Leon is literally a Leon. Walk him down, Leon. I love that. In the middle of creating, sorry, I just remembered I have mods in this. I'm creating a pet that's a little cat sat in a pumpkin. Oh my god, please post pictures, please. I want to see your Tomodachi live creations. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Sorry, I literally also modding the Resident Evil actually super fucking easy. I sat down last night. I did watch a video, but then I was just reading the instructions and everything too. Super fucking easy. I just like watching a video so I can see somebody physically where they put the mods, because sometimes I'm unsure. Hello. Why did that sound like in my room? That's freaky. It's quite freaky. I don't think that was in my room. Anyways, we're gonna hit this insanity. I hit insanity, right? Yes, I did. It's gonna start up immediately, but yeah. No. You get the stream title. If the game is too loud or anything, let me know. We can. Oh my god! Stop screaming at me, FBI! Can't do that. Anyways, we're gonna do insanity. We are obviously restarting our insanity run because I think I really put myself in a horrible situation with my first insanity run because I was not feeling well, and then I was psyching myself out of like, you're shit at the game, you're doing so bad, this is fucked up, you're doing awful. So I'm just gonna restart it, and we're gonna start with a fresh brain. Some of the stuff that I do have modded, I am very sad because it's not till later in the game, so we'll see it later, but that's fine. That's perfectly fine. I want you guys to know that, like, yes, I modded this, but, like, also, that means if I play my off-stream version of this game, I think I'm gonna end up playing the modded one, too. And there's one, oh my god, no, when I put myself in that spot, I'm gonna have to turn off the mods for that. I don't think anything should be different at the start here. I don't think anything will happen until I actually load up.
The report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology.
I love
as the
Grace
others who've been
so much. I also kind of need to go to the bathroom, but I know this cutscene's long enough and I could.
Okay.
I could run to the restroom.
I need your eyes on the crime scene.
Nah. We'll wait. I'll try to get the whole first part done.
Wynwood Hotel.
Wynwood Hotel. I still think that's so fucked that he put her through that. Alone.
I know that's where your mother was murdered. And I know it'll be upsetting for you.
I don't know why I hard locked into just staring.
Alyssa died 8 years ago.
Also, like...
Perhaps it's time for you to face the past.
It, like, 8 years ago really isn't that long ago.
Head on.
You're telling this to a girl who has anxiety. That's a bad idea.
Grace.
A coin right next to Grace immediately when you get control of her.
Force you to go.
Oh, that's fucking cool as hell. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that.
But do you think you can do this for me?
Oh my god, yeah, because everything's randomized essentially.
Investigate that crime scene and report back to me with your findings.
Hold on, I gotta lock into this message. The stuff has changed. No, I've completely forgot because where we put myself in the in the first time, I remember having the antique coins shoved into the fucking planters. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of rude. I almost turned her watch into Ben 10's fucking watch too.
Sorry.
Anyways, so we're We're Cheryl. We're coming straight out of Silent Hill, okay? Okay, we're coming here. Hot off the press. Grace, change that to... Also, people are saying this was her bike. Like, she rides a bike. Oh my god, I could walk this way?
I need to head to the hotel.
Okay, yeah. The game is fucking telling me get to the fucking point. You said fine, but I see nothing.
Here.
That's a nice bike, though. I don't see no coin. Excuse me, ma'am. What are you doing on your phone? Okay.
You got that right.
Yes. I will get right on. What is...
In some steps, I see it. Oh, also, I just took somebody's money if I did that. I do like, though, if you play the game again, the codes are the same, but once you get to Insanity, the codes are what's different then. What did you like? What happens with... Yeah, with the misses. Also, all the mods that I installed are just aesthetic stuffs. Nothing to actually help gameplay, because there's a lot for that. If you're modded, you should play in third person. True, but I do like first person. And also, I think I'll stay first person for the beginning portion. When we change out of it, I'm gonna... I command you to stop barking, please. And there's only one reason why, and you will see why. There was a mod to change your badge to be like a ring badge. Homemade FBI badge.
Why?
It's an active crime scene.
She looks so
right,
cute.
sorry. Just a sec.
Cheryl really
You're
going
FBI?
undercover, trying to figure out the
Yeah.
crimes of Silent Hill here.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
It's like
It's
the
the
crayon
fifth
drawing.
one now,
Yeah.
right?
Essentially, yeah.
I heard they all have the same weird bruises, so you think
I
it's something
hope I don't get
infectious, or
shot immediately
terrorism, or-
when fighting him.
Why else would the FBI be investigating, right?
I'm not going for no deaths, because I am going to perish
with
so
me?
many times.
There might be answers inside.
Yeah, sure, right.
Missions in third person. I really love the details in her. Come on, Grace. I'm already holding W. I could gladly
careful in
skip
there.
these, but I...
Whole building's condemned. Word is they're finally gonna bring the whole place down.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, let's go. I was holding W that entire time. This alleyway still is really gorgeous. Like, it's so well done. And we're only here at the beginning of the game. That's crazy.
Why am I even here?
I remember you telling me that. I hate that. Because that's why she stresses me out so much. She falls. And I'm like, stop it. Grace. Get the fuck. Get the fuck. That has scared me every fucking time. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Nothing back here. I want to see what that looks like. Yeah, I'm just still like questioning about how they would even... I guess things probably got built around. It's been 8 years. Shkaboop. It really is. The entire game is really pretty. Oh, God. That's just the pot. Just want to open things. Son, what you've done to our boy Leon? Or Gideon? Or Zeno? Or the zombies. You know, there wasn't too much about changing the zombies. Like, changing the... like, sometimes they have the models to change all of the, like, zombies to look like something. There was nothing really for that. There was stuff to add more zombies.
I can't.
Grace, I will skip this. You can do it.
Come on, Grace.
Forces her to go through this. What are you doing Saturday? Is Saturday working? I'm always working. Working? Her hand kind of looks funny. Hello. Hello, Rin. Hello. Yeah, I always work weekends. Though I'm contemplating opening up my schedule. We're not going to look at any of this stuff because I've already seen it. I'm just going to make sure there's no extra items. Na na na. That was quite rude. I just turned back to look at the head and I realized that was just the crime scene still. Cleaning supplies. Cleaning. I never went into that toilet. Did I go into that one? No. This is really Silent Hill if I shove my hand in it. I've played this before. I know she doesn't, but like, James would. James would shove his hand to that. I don't know if people are available for D&D. Unfortunately. Kick it. I can't. You know, though, if it was Gideon putting this stuff up, was he like tiptoeing through? Because he's loud as hell. Like, how is he like tiptoeing through? That really hurts my arm doing that. Don't want to play with us, we understand. I work. Tell that to the rat. Gotta pay attention for other listings.
What do
I
I
need to
do?
help my friend with this too. To download Zoom 10 minutes before. Okay, good. Ooh, I dropped my phone on the keyboard. Okay. Ow, shove my face on it. Nemesis. You go quiet because Nemesis has moments where he's just like super quiet and sneaky. Nemesis just teleports, I swear. But also, Gideon's loud as hell the entire time. Is there anything else over here? It's just this to get this. Oh! Sorry, I got a little too close. Somebody sleeping there. Up as we go. I thought he was just a tyrant. But also, he's just a freak. Oh, no. Oh, that's gonna fall. I just want to get past this. Okay. Excuse me.
Shit.
Me too. Me too, Grace. Snip, snip. Cut, cut. I do love the cutscenes. So I, like, don't want to skip them. I've only seen them a couple times, so I'm like, it's okay. It's fine. No. This is still crazy to place all these things. Didn't close out of that. They added a green herb here in the beginning. Ooh. A good choice. A good choice. Okay, we'll let this play. I'm so intrigued. I want to read more, but I will not.
Hang on.
You have been on that thing all day.
Well, if you're gonna work so late.
Get some sleep, eh?
I'm almost done. Just a sec.
What am I gonna do with you?
What you always do? Nag at me until I go to bed?
Who's a loud car?
Oh, it's really coming down hard.
Yes,
Phone. Mom.
It's right beside you.
Hello?
Miss Ashcroft?
Yes.
Who was it?
Dunno.
She like already
They asked for
knew
Miss
stuff was
Ashcroft,
happening.
and then they hung up on me.
Rude.
Which she did already know stuff was happening, but
They're coming.
man, she should have picked up the phone. She really
Grace,
should have picked up the phone.
We need to go.
Go where? Mom, what's going on?
Hurry.
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
We need to keep our voices down.
This is ridiculous.
Come on.
I really like her shorter hair. It was cute.
Tell me what's going on.
Now is not the time.
I won't lie, those doors are already looking really decrepit. God, I'm gonna get shot by the other guy immediately. I know it.
Stay close.
Mom, wait!
Grace, come on, keep moving.
I'm coming!
Grace,
The rest of this looks so
Hurry.
shiny now.
keep moving.
Bird.
Hello? Who's that? Oh, I'm so sorry about the power
Cat foot in my
outage.
mouse.
What happened?
Oh, it's probably the electrical panel. It's 40 years old, so it doesn't take much to trip it.
This poor guy was just a
It's
casualty.
really no excuse, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah, don't worry.
I should have it fixed soon. I just need to find my...
It's never getting fixed, sir. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm putting down my tools.
What the hell,
No, 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 Grace. No. Grace,
Poor Grace.
stay close to me.
Are you gonna tell me what's going on? Mom, what are you doing?
Something important.
I want to mess with this more. There's so much cat fur stuck in it.
What did you hide behind that painting?
I'll explain
Pin
later.
mother guns is something else like a banana in our
We need to find another
dungeon.
way out.
That is fair. I did some stuff for Leon, but not for everything, because it's still an insanity
Grace,
run, so I'm
come
like,
on.
okay, I still need some stuff. Something, not dungeon. Or the entire
Come on in,
fucking
Grace.
dungeon.
I'm calling the police.
No, don't go.
Hello? Yes, I want to report a murder. No, murders.
Grace.
Yes. The Renwood Hotel. Yes. Hurry, please. The police are on their way. Oh my god. Mom, I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Grace,
I love
Grace,
the
look at me.
actress for Grace.
grab my hands. Okay, look at me. Look at me. In and out.
Grace is
Breathe in.
having a panic attack. I don't think she knows anything right from wrong.
I promise you, I will explain this all to you one of these days. Grace, please know that you are my hope. Never forget that.
What are you talking about?
Just, I love you.
I love you too.
I hate when things happen like this in the game because,
Mom, I'm scared.
No. We need to find a way out
like,
of
you're
here.
telling me nobody
don't
saw
have any of
somebody
my
come up
stuff. We can
behind?
Come back for it later, Grace.
Like, he came up really quickly and none of them were looking that way. And, like, you're telling me nobody heard him? Or at least, I don't expect Grace to know anything. She was having a panic attack. That's my mom. Boogie, 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 boogie. Do I have that on? No, I don't. Okay. I forgot she's wearing this. I forgot she was in.
Sorry.
What is her name? What is her real name? Cheryl. I'm like, I call her Cheryl, but all of a sudden I was like, Heather. I'm like, no. Is that her actual name?
Who is this?
She has her fake name and then her real name. I need to play that Silent Hill.
I need to get out of here.
I'm not ready for this part.
Something important. I'll explain later.
What did you hide behind that painting?
Let's go solve a mystery. I hate that stupid shower curtain. The fucking massive bathroom though. The toilet paper's still good though. Ow. It's still here in my car. Can I go under there? Damn. There'd be no need for it, but I could. She could definitely fit under there. Okay. I don't like this part. I only say that because I died like 4 times immediately. Okay, yeah. That's just that. I was like, what? Oh my god, what is she gonna get her arm stuck on? Oh, she could fit? My bed? Damn, leave my poor Grace alone. She's just a girl with anxiety. She don't belong nowhere. Besides in the comfort of her own home. Floppy disk. It's so funny to me that... Okay, I'm not gonna read it because we have read it through. This floppy disk went with her through this entire journey. And it didn't get damaged at all.
Sorry, officer. What's wrong?
Something stung me.
Are you okay? What do I do?
I'm not gonna do what B does when I scold her to put her hands on the keyboard. Her jacket's back! Her jacket's magically back on! Oh! Oh, that still hit me! That still hit me? I thought I dodged the right way. Anyways, right back in it. Oh, no, which way? I dodged. Why was I dodging physically? This is where I'm gonna die so many times because I don't know my left and rights. Avoid the— oh, wait! Oh, that's my head. Ooh, I can hold this at the same— oh. I didn't know he has to actually— the game is so loud in my ears. Hey, it's my jacket. I hate it. I hate it.
Oh shit! Stay away!
I really hate this beginning part. I want to like turn around and run still. Chomp chomp. Oh my god, Grace, please.
What the hell?
I really want to turn around. I really want to turn around and look at him, but I'm not going to turn around and look at him. It's fine. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I can't wait for Leon. I can't wait for Leon. He took a chunk at her. So the beginning, yeah, it removes the beginning and the orphanage as well. But I like the beginning. It really like sets the mood of the game. It is really long in the sense that you're not doing much, but like, I don't care. A bunny suit, didn't you? That would be really fucking funny. That would be quite iconic.
Is anyone there?
Oh, I forgot what I did to Gideon. I forgot what I did to Gideon. Oh no. Oh no. I forgot what I did to Gideon. Oh my god. It's so funny though. I saw someone did it and I'm like, okay, I want that mod. Cause it makes it so funny. It's so funny. Funny and weird. Oh no, I forgot he shows up at the beginning. My pet, where should I put it? You can put it in the game photos, I guess. I'm sorry, Kai. Hi, I'm about to see the atrocious actions of which I've done. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. Did I put it on eyeshadow? I didn't. Oh my god.
Hello?
It hasn't been easy.
Shirtless. There's a version of this mod that makes him
Here we finally are.
his normal human version and not Krusty, but the Krusty is so funny.
I'm the one who planted that body.
There was also a shirtless Zeno and a shirtless Leon. Oh my god.
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for.
Remember, no, he just has no shirt, which also means he has no trench coat,
Miss
which is
Ashcroft.
kind of sad because the trench coat he has is really freaking cool. There was also a version. Okay, that just looks weird with it. But there's also a version to take his little googly head off. I I want to look at. He's fucking dead. He does lose his trench coat. Bunny suit Gideon would be really funny. Lab coat was awesome. Yeah, that's the only sad part. He does lose his.
We have so much to do.
So you're. Oh my god, the little kitty in the pumpkin is really cute. Meow. Meow. Yeah, it adds a very weird. At least for Grace's part, the rest of it is just really funny. It's okay. I probably will change up the mods anyways. It's just so funny seeing shirtless Gideon. But there's a humanoid version of it. There's also a humanoid version of it too, which is also so weird. I'm like, oh, you made him uncrusty. He's not a crustable.
Like the others?
Same black blotches.
And it's not post-mortem lividity.
I don't think it changes it. It is changing this.
No, this is different.
It is the same creator who did this one too, that did
6
Gideon's.
now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead from the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good.
No. No, it's not.
I don't know what you saw. Leon's in his car, okay?
But I have something for you. The team has settled on a person of interest. Someone with ties to Umbrella. Victor Gideon.
Yeah, see, his trench coat is actually pretty
Who is
goated.
he?
A former T-virus researcher. Hey, I just got a report of a
If I could get a
missing police
version.
officer.
You change Sherry?
Likely
No, I would never
unrelated,
do
but he
anything to
disappeared
Sherry.
near where the 5th body was found. You there, Leon?
Yeah. I'm here.
You okay?
God, I have to fight all these fucking zombies. I think I'm just gonna do the strat of
Some of the edges.
running.
Check it out.
Wonderful. Why are you in my feed? I don't know. Welcome, Viz. Welcome, Abby. Now Gideon just looks like a freak walking out in the middle of the city in the rain, just shirtless.
You almost there?
Still has his little hand, little bracelet.
Fucking traffic.
Hydrate. Thank you, quiet. I'll drink my green tea.
You've got to be
Now
shitting
he just
me.
looks like a freak. What the fuck? Welcome. A freak with his goggles still on. I just see what Leon's wearing.
What's going on? Is she okay?
Oh, she's fine.
Ew, he's so crusty.
I'm just taking her home.
I know it's because he has it in his trench coat and he doesn't have it on, but he just
I'm
teleported
going after
in.
Victor.
Don't
Okay.
do anything stupid.
Me?
I don't think I can actually upgrade anything right now. I might be able to get something that'll help me, but I think I'm just gonna run. Which is the one that I like better? I think this was the one that was all around better. Yeah. But I would like to have a shotgun, so I'm gonna get this. This. I got near death. I'm gonna do that one. I'm just gonna do that. Okay. Okay.
Hey, what the hell, lady?
Excuse me?
Help me!
You okay?
I
What are you doing?
ouchie. Oh. I forgot about his axe. I forgot about his
Get
axe.
locked down.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
We are doing this very strategically. That was not very strategically. Please get hit by a car.
Let's make this quick.
No! I was pressing E. No! I was spamming D instead of F. Did you change the girl? Possibly. We'll just see what happens. First time is really good. I started spamming F and then I accidentally switched to pressing the wrong key. So that one's my bad. It's also so loud. I might need to turn this game down. Where am I? Oh, okay.
Locked down.
Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah.
I just
He's the one
really
to
don't
thank
want to
for
have
all
to
the
deal with
excitement.
these people. Girl, get out of the fucking way. Ow, hey, so we're dying immediately. How do I, It's space. Okay. Yes, I do know that, Doc. I have played through this part already. That's me just being really bad. You found that out? Yeah, I've played through the whole beginning half already on Insanity.
Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
I just don't want to fight them, I'll be honest. Are you a zombie?
Shit.
Yeah, okay, bye. Wait, there we go. Okay. That was just rude. That man was just rude. I wouldn't like that green herb, but
Let's make this quick.
oh my god. Ow. There we go. You gotta tell me to shut up next time? No, it's no worries.
Victor?
No, I lost him. Back to square one.
Not necessarily.
I didn't get the one herb, but that's fine.
Victor
I just
purchased a
didn't.
building
I
under
don't
Umbrella
want
Commander,
to deal with
the
all those
Roseville
guys there.
Chronic Care Center. I'll send you the address.
Sorry, I forgot about something else on his
We're
wrist.
running out of time.
I also think I might pause once I get to Grace here, so that I can go run to the restroom and put my cup away. I would make another cup of tea, but I'd have to heat up my tea kettle again. Oh, I forgot about her outfit. I could also turn her into Jill Valentine. I would like to turn her into Claire, though. That'd be funny. Her outfit's so silly.
Hey! Help!
I really don't have to wait through all these.
You wanna stay calm? You wanna stay cool? Come on.
I just love the game, so I don't really care.
Sing, Grace, sing.
Just Katsu for level 5. That suit honestly is just really cool too. I do like that suit. That one and her suit from Revelations. Really good. I just love her good, I like her OG outfit from Resident Evil 2. 2? 3, sorry. Ouchie, she did that all by the needle in her arm, bro. Tube top, yeah, the tube top and mini skirt is just such a iconic outfit for being in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. But I love it too because then that's the outfit that they used for the movie, and I love that. Mr. DM of sliding, dropping the info about the trailer. Me losing my mind. I'm gonna pause this immediately, but I just like watching these.
What is it doing?
I don't know, but you were also hanging upside down, so that also not gonna make your head feel better. And now we're gonna pause immediately because I physically I'm not ready for this part. They use Resident Evil 4 Leon for the movies? Yes. Because it's always the iconic Leon, that's why. Okay, I'll be right back. You guys will have to sit here like this. Yeah, I'll be right back. No, Nessie. Yeah, because Nessie's hanging up above now. Nessie lives above us all now. This is the part that I kind of modded. Welcome back. Thank you, Paya. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna try to get the stuff done early. We're not turning that off. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm going to lose. Okay. I don't think the noise she makes. Oh, I don't have it yet. Is that me? Oh my god. Sorry, I need to compose myself. I mean, people do that to Leon from DVD. I don't remember there being knocking there or that noise ever, and that might just be me never hearing it. But I don't remember that, so it's extra scaring me. So there's that. I don't remember there. I really don't remember there ever being a noise in there. Also, oh, I'm fighting myself here. Quiet, did you ever see me play this, like this part of the game before? Have you ever seen? There's a reason I'm extra scared, not all of it. Okay. I hate this section. Like, why is there... Okay, I can save here, but I don't think it's worth it. Because if I have to do this part over, that's fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. It's okay. I'm gonna fuck myself over in the underground part because I'm gonna be so scared. See? I may have modded this quiet. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut with that one. Okay, so we need to get this. That's first. First of fine. Perfectly fine. Shit. That was really uncool of you. That was really uncool of you. I've noticed as a little habit now, when I start to get really scared and nervous, I start touching my face and like my lips a lot, and I'm just like, okay. Oh, that was cool. Okay. Okay. I'm not going there. Making pet Miko, guys. Okay, happy things, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts. I just have to run. Just have to run. Kai, I put mods in this. We're just gonna go and grab this so I don't have to ever think about it again. Remind me there's a green herb and I do need to pick that up. Okay. I could mod the girl. I could mod the girl to look like Springtrap. Surprised there isn't a mod that turns the lighter into Crystal Slider from Resident Evil 1? That's fair. Oh, I hate this part. Okay, just in general, I hate that. Okay, it's a cutscene. It's a cutscene. I don't have control of it. You know the dog that's like biting the pillow? I really feel like that right now.
He's dead.
I don't know what it's gonna sound like and I don't know how loud it is. Okay, Sam. I need my hand on my mouse. I need my hand on my mouse. I kind of made bad decisions than what I wanted it to do. My fucking worst fear. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, where's the door? Oh my god, where's the door? I'm not looking behind me. I'm not making a move. Oh my god, why does she sound so fucking close? She's literally not that close. I may have turned her into a xenomorph. And I may have turned all of her noises into the xenomorph noises. I take a drink of water. Choices were made. I thought it would be really funny. Until I realized, oh, I had to traverse the darkness. You just buffed the girl, she lives in the dark. Now you made her black? That sounds awful. But yeah, I know what you mean. Now I just turned. Now she just blends in with everything. Oh, I can't physically. Okay, we take that. Med injector. Good choice. Okay, turn that off. I don't need that.
This looks important. Oh, maybe.
Oh my god, I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Oh my god. Grace, 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 Grace. Grace, 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 Grace. I need you to get up. I'm scared of the xenomorph, Grace. I'm scared of the xenomorph, Grace.
Yes.
Okay.
Can't hurt to pick some.
I don't think you guys realize how... Oh my god, I can't see her! I can't see her! I can't see her. Jordy online. Jordy, I mean. Jordy. I told Jordy what I turned her into last night. Oh my... Yeah, I may have made mistakes in that. He looks great. Oh my god,
She
I'm so
mostly
scared
comes
of
out
her.
at night. Mostly.
I didn't click anything. Does she have sense in her tail? Okay, she does not have sense in her tails. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Running to my safety room. She didn't see me, which is kind of fucked for me. I just need to go straight. I should have just ran I should have just ran straight. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's awful. See? Standard Xeno or Queen. I think it's a standard Xeno. xenomorph. Did y'all hear that? Think anyone can see him? You guys can't even help me. She's right behind you. What do you mean? I can't see it. We can't either. I didn't really like that scratching noise I was hearing. I may have to change that mod. We might just turn her into a spring trap. But I also think the xenomorph is really freaking cool. Okay. So I just have to run forward, and you know what we have to do after that? We run immediately back. I know how the risk was calculated, but damn, Sarah, bad at math. I'm very bad at math, but you know that's really fucking cool. Okay. We just have to run forward. She's going to bust out of the room. She is not as fast as me, even though Grace is slow. This is why I didn't want to turn into third person yet, because I'm like, no, we need to see how this looks with the xenomorph. Okay. We just have to run forward, and when we run forward, she is going to blast out of that door. I'm going to scream. Oh my god. Oh my god. She's gonna blast out the door, not even looking at, I'm not even looking at her. We're gonna run into here. She's gonna turn off that, and then we're gonna, oh my god, 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 oh my god. Fuck you. Okay, I had plenty of time. Look at her fucking silhouette.
Don't come any closer! Oh, please, no.
I'm so scared. I have tears in my eyes. I have tears in my eyes. I have tears in my eyes. Those noises are great. Is she down the hallway or in the room? Not down the hallway, in... No, that was the right... I don't know where she is. I wish I had a heart monitor right now, bro. Very atmospheric, can it stop being... Is she right in front of me or is she in there? I genuinely don't know. Those are really good noises though. Really freaking good noises, bro. Really great noises. You know, 10 out of 10. I want to throw up. Okay, anyways. I'm so glad I reacted calmly about this. I just made my job harder. I do like the noises though. They did a really good job with that. I threw one bottle and I'm gonna need those bottles later. Is she gonna walk past me or is she in that room? What's up? Design team have done amazing. Whoever, the modder who overlapped, because somebody made the mod and then somebody said this will pair nicely with this person's mod. Oh my god. Of the xenomorph. So they did all the sounds. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hi, Mender. I think she's just in that room. Oh lordy Lou, we are stuck here. Why would you do that to me? Oh my god. really hungry. I'm really hungry. I'm really hungry. That may sound weird. I used both of my bottles. Okay, so is she just stalking the hallway? Spreadsheets time. It's Dorito time. Moral support Dorito. Okay. I can loop her. Where is she going? I think I can loop her. Okay, there she is. She's shiny. She's shiny. She's shiny, you guys. She's shiny. Ooh, I hate that one. Did she see me? Okay, she walked right that way. Dude, I literally made this on hard mode. I did not mean for this to happen. I didn't think about the consequences of my actions of being in a dark zone. Dude, she literally goes in the vents later. I guess these are vents too. She goes up in the ceiling. Oh my god. This is so funny having this pairing, and I know that we get to see Gideon again, and he's just gonna be shirtless. Installed shirtless Gideon, and then something compels me to install xenomorph. Where is xenomorph noises? Okay, she is shiny. Okay, there's shiny. What has compelled you to turn around right now? Okay. You... She hasn't moved. I see her foot. Okay, we can see better right here. Look at this. Mwah. Grace, unfocus those eyes. Focus it back. You got this, Sarah. Thank you. She's campy the fucking thing, and you know what? I ran out of bottles because I threw them both. I also have a Dorito stuck in my tooth now. Grace, focus those. Grace is disassociating with me. Why did I do shirtless Gideon? Why did I do a xenomorph? Why did I pair it? I could have kept it with... Okay. She just did a U-turn there. I could have paired it with just like her normal voice lines. But no. God forbid. I should the full atmosphere. The full effect. Give me the noises. God forbid I have to deal with her down in the basement. There's a xenomorph. With xenomorph noises. Bottle looks great. Don't turn around. Am I gonna have to start a chase? Is this how I'm gonna have to do it? I don't want to use my healing items. Come on. Come on, Miss Xenomorph. Good news. You can set her on fire. Just like I... And then I saw... You're so right. My worst fear has come about. I must start a chase. I think I stand at the end of the hallway and lead her that way, and I run this way. I think that's the goal. I think that's what we're gonna have to do. Because she's just turning around immediately. Because once we get there, we just do that next scene, and she's gonna chase us again, but then we just run, and we just run, and we hit the thing. Okay, she's a bitch. She's a bitch, and I don't have any more bottles. Okay, we're gonna wait till we're in a good spot. We'll see if this works. How fast is she? How fast do you think she is? Is she gonna— oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. Please don't cut through the room. She cut through the room, she cut through the room, she cut through the room, she cut through the room! Oh my god, Grace. We're holding W. We're holding W. We're holding W. I don't want to look behind me. Oh my god, Grace, I don't give a shit. Get to the fucking thing. Hey, so we did it. My heart rate is really high right now. And I was on medication that's already gonna raise my heart rate a little bit. To help with my... Okay, Grace. I'm gonna need you to go. 100% this game was really fun. This game was fucking great. And here that hand looks— oh my god. Why did I turn this into like my worst fear? My worst fucking fear. I am terrified of the xenomorph. We did it.
Come on, come on, come on, come on!
It looks so good. Hey, right here. That was not fun. Not fun at all. It's okay, Grace. We can't see her. She blends in. I wonder if he has his jacket off now. Oh, my chip! Sorry. I have Dorito fingies. After he gets captured? Okay, that's fine. God, that was a fucking awful choice by me. It's a really good mod. I won't lie. Unfortunately, I don't know, there wasn't too many mods for Gideon. So I might just have to look back and see what my choices are for Gideon. I think it's funny. I think shirtless Gideon is funny. A lot of people on TikTok really like Gideon. It's very funny.
Mr. Kennedy.
I never realized how creepy that is.
Welcome.
That girl is just standing there.
Dr. Gideon has been expecting you.
So Jackie go
Funny.
this game?
I don't remember
Oh, it
getting an
goes before.
invitation.
I don't know.
He's
Gideon
waiting
just
for you.
takes it.
Can't have that.
Maybe
can
Gideon's just like, maybe I can fit in this.
Follow
I
me,
need a little
please.
bit of jacket to cover up.
we? Lead the way.
Wait, 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 hold on, ma'am. I have a Dorito in my hand.
So how long have you worked
I
for,
hate how unserious I
Gideon?
am with games. I'm doing an
long.
insanity run and here I am
I
just
just
like
recently joined
munching.
the team.
Smells it like a freak.
We
Yeah,
care
you
for
would.
Quite a few long-term patients here, all undergoing experimental therapies developed by Dr. Gideon.
I didn't kill anybody. I killed 2 people. I'm gonna upgrade my pistol because I think this one will help me the most. This wasn't the pistol I really wanted though, actually. The alligator isn't the one I want. I'm gonna switch it, but I'll do that next.
Experimental therapies.
Which they brought back in that.
Yes.
That's true.
It's all very.
We never
cutting
really
edge.
get to see the hunters
The
again.
facility keeps a low profile due to the
Where do we see
sensitive
it? We see
nature
them
of the
in-
research.
Oh, I bet it does.
We see them in the original games. 0 and 1. And then I think, do we only ever see them again in 3. We don't see them in 4, it's different. 5 is different. 6, everything's fucked up there. Hey ma'am, can I go break these boxes first? Oh my god, can I break these boxes first? Fuck, she won't let me. How rude. 2 and 3? Do we have hunters in 2? Them in 2? I don't think so. We have them in 1 and 0.
Please.
3 for
wait.
sure, because I think 3 is the only high definition one we got, so yeah. I too would be watching Leon if he was dressed like that.
Code 6, all staff initiate
Gotta
emergency
choose
protocols.
his watches Hello Kitty.
Mr. Kennedy, we need to leave
Oh,
immediately.
we do see the
I
hunters.
don't know what's
They're a
happening.
different
Some kind of mass hysteria. The hospital's on
version
lockdown.
of the hunters. But in Revelations, they're in that one. I don't believe they're in Revelations 2, though. Mr. Kennedy, yes, Kev.
I think I want a second opinion.
I hate this. I hate this. Oh my god. Sorry, he zoomed a lot closer than I expected. I'm seeing the repercussions of my actions now. Oh my god. the gun really took me off guard. I forgot about the guns when I shot it. That really. Okay, they're coming that way. Oh, that was really sick. Oh, no. That was really sick, I say, as the pew is kind of loud. I just needed the transfer for this. Did he go down? Oh. Why did he bounce? Okay. Does the gun go pew? The gun goes pew. The gun indeed does go pew.
Nice.
What's that? What's on the pistol? ADS? Probably. But I didn't change anything. That was like big like game change. Leon, why would we do that? I really want to shoot her again. Oh my god, what did I get scared of? What just ringled by me? Ringled? Put myself in a weird pickle. Get off me. She dead? Oh, okay. And then it's just the one lady left. Oh my god, that nothing was over! Oh. Oh my god!
A hatchet.
I don't know where that lady came from. Maybe that was the noise I heard. She should almost be dead. Oh my god. That lady scared me. Do you like my Minecraft? It's a diamond pickaxe.
That went well.
Oh my god. You can change the pause menu so you don't look down the sight of the pistol and you can stay in third person. Oh, I don't mind about ADS. Changing the ADS isn't the biggest of the deal for me. Oh, I love this game. I like ADSing, truth be told. Okay. Is there anything else in this room? No. Wrong button. Do you like my Minecraft? Do you like my Minecraft? I was so panicked. I didn't mean to say, do you like my Minecraft? I definitely went to say, do you like my pickaxe? It's a diamond axe for Minecraft. Oh, there's nothing there. It is now, though. Do you like my Minecraft?
That bastard did it again.
We are gonna
things in
see
your-
shirtless Gideon again, and it's gonna be funny now.
Good. Good. Can you find me the floor plan?
I draw my Dorito.
I'll see what I can do.
Well, in the meantime, I'll try to track him down.
Keep me posted.
Will do.
Come on!
Oh, Kev, you missed the worst part of the game. Changing that to a xenomorph was an awful idea.
Hey, over here.
Yeah, I changed it to a full xenomorph with xenomorph noises.
You okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
Leon Kennedy, DSO.
CSO. I'm Grace. Ashcroft. FBI.
FBI.
There
What are you doing
is
here?
a
Somebody
mod that was
kidnapped
called
me.
Patient
Victor
X,
Gideon.
and it has
I
a
don't know.
Mr. X that roams around
leave.
here and follows Grace. I forgot he's fucking shirtless. I did make Gideon shirtless. I feel like I feel bad for making him shirtless.
What does Victor want with you?
What?
Grace and Ashley
Grace.
close? No, but that was an option.
What
I
do
thought
you
about doing
mean?
that, but I turned her into Cheryl. Or Heather from Silent Hill.
Wait, you're DSO. That's the counter bioterrorism agency,
Leon's
right?
just like, I think I see a man back there. I think there's a man standing back there.
Now go. Get out of here.
update until you're streaming. It's Twitch Mobile is just special.
She won't get away, you know.
I love when they don't have the proper clothing, but they can mimic it. Not to make Requiem look bigger. There should be. I need somebody to do that. It's creepier. It's so funny though. It's so funny when the things, because obviously he had his hood up, so he puts it down. There's nothing there. What do you do, Gideon?
Why don't we have a little talk?
His teeth still really gross me out. But like I said, there is a mod. This same modder who did Leon's skin and Gideon's skin has the version of Gideon, one without his little googly eyes, but also two,
I see you're exhibiting
a humanoid version of it. I'm like, okay, so before he turned all crusty dusty. And then he has to go. Oh, his Hello Kitty watch. No, he's gonna steal his Hello Kitty watch. Do you know how much that cost him? At least $10. At least $10 for the Hello Kitty watch, okay? He's a baller. I guess this does take a lot of time to load into this. Her little boots are a little funny. I like them.
I'll be fine.
Has lots of memories. Exactly. He can't take his Hello Kitty watch.
I hope.
Oh, I can't wait. Oh, this was great. I love this part of the game. Okay. I did still keep the noir skins of the guns because I like them. Okay. Sherry gave it to him after got away from Raccoon City for the first time. Exactly. It was Sherry's personal watch as a kid. And he hasn't taken it off since. You guys just gotta like remember correctly. It's definitely, he definitely had a Hello Kitty watch on when he was in Resident Evil 4. I don't know what you guys are talking about. He's had it on this entire time. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm gonna save. This insanity mode is a little bit more forgiving than than most, because you still get some. Oh, not what I wanted to do. Some little auto saves. Fatal damage. That's the one I want out. My antique coin went there. Store 2, but I'm gonna take out one. One bullet in there. Pew. I'm gonna. I don't know. I'm scared. Isn't that hard? I say I played it with infinite ammo. I got nothing. Okay, so we are going to officially overwrite this. $23. Wow, it's been a month? It's been like exactly a month since I played this on Insanity. Crazy. He didn't wear it in 4 because he didn't want to get it. So true, so true. You know, my bad, G. You know, maybe he had it in his briefcase. I'm so excited for this one. I'm so excited for this one. I didn't do Emily dirty or anything. I didn't do her like funny. I am just really excited for this one. Not for you. Get off my screen. That didn't use blood collector. True, you didn't do that. Oh, God. But you still did have infinite ammo. Oh God, looks at her horrified in her bear onesie. I really wanted to turn her into Virgil from Devil May Cry, I won't lie. But I opted for bear onesie instead.
Who's there?
There was also cat ears I could put on her. But the cat ears went to somebody else.
Oh, I'm sorry if I
Lordy, the Virgil one is so fucking cursed, but it's so funny. And then I think the other one too was I forget the guy's name, the helicopter guy. It turned his face into hers. It's also quite funny. This grown man's face is on on a little child body. The Virgil one is so funny. They're cute. I need to see if there's one
Was there someone in
that
the
gives
other
Grace.
cell?
I don't know why that scared me. Gives her Grace's standard outfit.
Why are you in there?
I feel like there might be. There's one for Sherry's uniform, and that one's really cute. Her like school uniform.
Are you alright?
That's how I beat coughing during this whole sickness, bro. Anyways, there was a mod to turn Emily into Leon, and by that, you may think, oh, the full-size grown man in there. No, I mean we play as Emily as Leon. I'm tempted to do that later. Leon into it. Well, Kev, great minds think alike. Great minds think alike there. Better to having her in her hospital. Better than having, yeah. The bear onesie's really cute. There's also a panda version of it. I don't know how to activate that. I might have to look at that and see which one. But it is a bear onesie and a panda bear onesie. She is adorable. I also might put cat ears on her. I don't know. I love Emily so much, so I fear nothing because I saved. So we're in a good spot again, except I hate this part. I remember this taking so long the first time I did this. Okay, is there anything right here since... No, okay, because it's on the other side. I do have this gun out, but it's not really gonna help me. Oh, say the thing. She won't say it until you put the little trinket in the thing. Okay, nothing on this table. I have to love her. She's Leon's granddaughter. Exactly, so true. I still love the images of, God, I hate this part. How do I crouch? Oh, I didn't download that mod. Okay. Oh, I don't think you guys saw. Oh, well, we can't look at it now. It's here. There was a mod that changes all the ammo, and on the ammo boxes, it is all the girls from Resident Evil. Okay, next. Yeah. Did this? Okay, Doc, for you, because I know you've played this on Insanity. Did this take you super long to push the fucking soup bin? It feels like it takes so much longer.
Gotta hide.
Let go. Sorry. Well, I did not let go fast enough. We're just gonna completely reset. Because I fear him. I'm a small, tiny little woman. Because I killed the shot. Oh, you had infinite ammo. You're so right. I wish I could kill him. I got one bullet in my pocket. Skip the soup? Just to one-shot the butcher? I don't think I could one-shot the butcher. Can I kill the butcher with one shot of my Requiem? On Insanity. I feel like on normal I might be able to. No. Yeah. These are very conflicting answers. I think so. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't feel the confidence here, Kev. I don't feel the confidence. Even on a normal, the shift takes multiple revolver rounds. Okay. It's possible to kill him with a revolver, but not one shot. It's a very precise shot. I somehow actually believe that. But unfortunately, I don't think I could hit that. Oh, I don't like that he was... I don't like that he was contemplating life there for a second. Okay, well, don't come this way. You don't see me. Technically do it. One shot directly through both the eyes. I mean, he turns like that. I could hit it at an angle, you know? I mean, I would fully believe it because these games are... Do we want to try to do it? I got one. Pew! Like the most critical hit like that. I would have to be like here. Yeah, go in the soup. Dig in the soup. Dig in the soup? Oh, the soup was all the way back there. I was like, where's the soup? From the side when he's cutting meat? Oh. Essentially hitting him on the side of the head, but you have to aim for the eye. Those are the same rules. About that though, just use the injector. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. Don't look at me. Oh my god, the soup is all the way back here? Did he push the soup back? The soup was all the way up here and he pushed it all the way back. I might have pulled it back a little bit. So it's gonna take us a moment. Calling Chef Butcher. I need to watch, what the frick is that show? The Boys. I need to catch up on that. Is that the last one? The last big hit next, and then he's gonna go dig his hand in the soup? Oh, hey, big guy. I saved, so it's okay. I didn't know I was gonna be in the splash zone there. I feel like I could pull it all the way back. Look how far I've made it. I'm not real. I'm not real, I'm not real, I'm not real. You do one last big one. Raw, raw, raw. This is gonna be like Outlast Trials when I just start mimicking them. There has to be a better way to do this. Oh, I didn't time that right. He's gonna go next. Wrong? Wrong. Wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Okay, that's all you ever say, sir. I'm sorry if the soup is wrong. I didn't cook it. Ew. Gross. Okay, that got a decent. I got a decent amount. Look how much. I do want to see Miku. Show me Miku. I didn't mean to walk out. I don't feel confident about that one. Raw, raw, raw. I'm thinking Miku, Miku, ooh, ee, ooh. I'm thinking Miku. Miku. Okay, Kai, you're kind of goated with the sauce. You're kind of goated with the sauce. I don't feel confident there. Just gonna shimmy my way over here. Try, my lord. Well, me lord, you are goated with the sauce. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Oh, I see a little quiet toddy babe. Quite be very right. That do look really freaking good. I'm thinking I should turn. I almost turned Grace into Miku. I think it was Grace. I don't know. It might have been Leon. I wonder if I could keep this all the way back here, and then when he goes for the soup, I go around that way instead, you know? You thinking's what I'm putting down? But I don't want to have him chase me. I'm not confident with my things. The soup is about right here, right? Let's see where he goes. That's not problem, I don't think. You're so right, Kev. You're so right. Me no think. That happened to me at work. Me no think. And I had half of a headphone in, and then I got asked a question, and I was like, I was paying attention. I was paying attention. I'm sorry, mister. You're talking about Speed Racer. Who think thonk, not me. And in that moment, I looked like a dumb bitch. Wrong, wrong, wrong. My soup doesn't taste good. See, like, what if he does that, but he's like right there and I'm hiding there, and then I quickly walk around. But there is a chance he'll follow me out on the other side. And I don't want that. I don't want that at all. Don't look at me. Like, she takes so long to push this. Wait, let's go. Sorry, didn't mean to cut him off. I really want to try to shoot him, Kev. That sounds like a better option. Yeah, next is... There was a pot in my face. You... Like, just run past him? Like, just shoot him in the face. And kill him. I can send the video. I don't think I'm skilled enough, and I only got one shot. I don't know if I should save that one shot. I got one shot. And it's gonna go pew! Let's just run past him. There is a way. That's what I'm thinking, because like this takes so long, and I've done this before of just pushing it forward. It's fine. It works. You slowly get there. But like wrong. I'm thinking you could pull the soup back so it's over here. Because then he has to walk. Oh, that was scary. Then he has to walk all the way over there to get it. And then you just shimmy this way around and that way, you know? You think it's what I'm putting down? I think it's too far gone for that method. I do in fact have the soup right here now, so I think I'm committing to pushing the soup. Don't do it. Don't. Maybe I shouldn't do it. I keep on staring at him. Next is not me. Because now he's just gonna walk and he's trapped there. And I think if I instigate him, he's going to then walk that way instead of like push the soup. I think I'm not confident with that one. We're almost there. Me theorizing. Theorizing? This is what happens, you guys. You let me use my brain. He's still looking at me. Uh-oh. Knocked me. Soup. Next is soup time. Next is in fact soup time. Be back. Good luck. Have fun. Stay safe. I really want to shoot this gun again just because it makes a funny little noise. Pew! Shows at 7:30. This is where it gets really sketchy. We let go and we walk back. I have like this down to a key because I remember doing this. Oh, hello. Okay, hold on. I want to go way back here. Blood there. Is it gonna... A large amount of... Oh! Why did I turn around and he was looking at me? Is it wrong? I'm gonna wait till he does wrong. Just because I kind of dilly-dallied. I remember this took me like fucking 30 minutes last time. Because I wasn't confident in my pushes. What was he cooking here? I wonder what he was cooking. What do you think he was cooking? What do you think the chef was cooking up? Mr. Butcher, what were you cooking? Besides soup. That soup must be disgusting now because he keeps on putting his dirty, grubby hands straight into it. Okay, there's the rock. Lurk, have fun lurking, Ryu. I don't think he can grab out of it. I was about to say soup. Yeah, but he's chopping up something else. The way he stands like that. Uh-huh. What's your next step? What if he was making like... Oh. Oh. Hello. Oh, I'm scared. Sorry, just move it along the pots. Don't mind me. What type of soup do you think it was? Because it's a very dark base. Do you think it was just like a straight I need to fix how I'm sitting. Do you think it was like a straight tomato soup? Do you think he would have made some grilled cheese sandwich for you? Me so. Oh. I hate when he just stares. Beef? Beef what? You smell like beef. I'm gonna have to look at the speedrunners. Because I know for sure they don't push the soup. Because in general, that soup fucking heavy as hell. Grilled cheese. Dude, I learned how to make a good grilled cheese. Wrong. Sorry, I was fucking it up. Just seeing what was over here. Because I know there's an antique coin somewhere. This... Yeah. 30 FPS. Run past him. Dude, do you see how close this is? Yet I can't. Okay, Grace could definitely squeeze past this. I was not entirely hiding there. She could squeeze past that. It's too far right now. Donk. Turns this section into 16 seconds. That's crazy. I mean, because I've never, like, truly have dealt with him. And then one bonk. Don't look at me, sorry, I saw his little eyes. Rah, rah, rah. I like when he does that. Okay, that one is 3. One more good push, I should be able to get it through. You gonna do wrong? Or are you just gonna stare at me? There you go. Because, like, I swear to God, the soup is heavier on Insanity. I've drank so many of these green teas in the past couple of days. Sorry, that was a little scary there. Do you think I could squeeze past? I think I have to push her a little bit more. I don't think she's gonna... Oh my god, I thought he was turning around to look at me. I was testing the waters to see if I could squeeze past. Almost. I think I might blow that one guy's head off. I got really nervous. I hate doing this part. I should have looked up some speedrun strats, but I'm not trying to like necessarily speedrun. I just want to beat this once on Insanity, and then we can see where we want to go. You have smaller hitboxes? Interesting. Why does it do that? Do you know the science behind it, Kev? Wrong. That would be very helpful. It's like I've learned his script. He's reading off the script. I'm like, you missed this line. It's wrong. Oh, he stuttered there for a second. Okay. We're a little safer now. Okay, so we have a makeshift knife. We have fancy metals in here. I don't know why. Okay, you know, fair. That's fair. You know, you were honest. You said, I don't know. I just have the information, but I don't have the facts behind it. And you know, that's fine. Because that's me half the time of like, I don't know, someone just told me information and I am rolling with it. What if I shoot him in the fucking head? Because I hate this zombie.
Ah, Jesus.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Grace. I think his head busted, so I think that's very good news. Did his head bust? I think... Did I make somebody mad? Okay. Damn, she opened that fast. I say it worked, and says sure. You know, honestly, in these types of situations,
I hate this place.
That's all you gotta know. It's like, you know what worked? I'm not gonna ask why. I'm not gonna figure out why. We're just gonna roll with it. Okay, so we can put that away. We can put that away. That's an empty injector, so we're gonna put that away. There's one that has the Resident Evil girls on the injectors as well, and this one specifically was an Ada on this one. I don't know what was on. I think it's Rebecca Chambers that's on the med ones. I might put that one. They're just cute, silly, okay? Just cute and silly. I'm gonna keep my 2 knives. I no longer have bullets in that. I will not for a while, so we're just gonna roll with this. Okay. I killed my most most annoying zombie, which was the lights guy. Right here. Okay, I did bust his head open, right? Yes, I did. Oh, you're telling me she's fucking out and about? Sorry, turned into a bird, turned into a bird. Turned into a bird. Hippity hoppity, get over this property. I'm scared. Okay, I'm calm. Come through the window. What did I get in my pockets? I can't use that yet.
Oh, screams of agony. When will this end? Help, help, dead blood.
Dead. Amaze, amaze, amaze. B, you haven't seen Project Hail Mary, have you? Has anybody else seen Project Hail Mary here? Yeah, I fucking love that movie. Okay, wait, we're gonna take a little look-see. So there was a glass bottle I missed. Perfectly fine for meow. There's a man over there. Sorry, I'm mimicking him. You wanted to watch it? I forgot you watched it. I can tell you about it. Bro, no, I will fucking watch that shit again. That movie was fucking great. I loved it. I didn't rave about it enough. I think. Oh god, oh god. There's two of them. I need him to go that way. Oh shit. Okay, what are you? Run, Grace, run. Okay. Go to Barnes, get book. We can go. What day? When? Where? Where? You said Barnes, get book. Oh god. Okay, we gotta react. Tuesday. You're entirely right. Forgot. I didn't forget about that, but I'm like. This was a bad idea. I don't actually care what that says. How rude. Okay. Open that. Okay, what was the fucking... this should be the same. Roadhill. What's that say? Moon, sun, star, moon. Moon? Sorry, locked in. But the movie is fucking fantastic. It was fucking fantastic. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Moon, sun, star, moon. Sorry, I had to lock back in. But yes, oh my god, I can talk to somebody about it. I can make the same jokes. I can send you the animatics of it too as well. Oh shit, I need that. Okay. Oh no, I didn't do it quick enough. They double tapped me, bro. They double tapped. Let's see how far I have to go back. Hey, so remember how we were going to talk about different strats? So we're going to try those out now. I don't need to put anything away. I'm going to keep that to still blow off that one zombie's head. That's what I get. That's what I get. Yes, yes. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Oh. Fuck, wait, hold on. I didn't even do the cutscene yet. I want to see if I can just run past him. Sorry. Sorry, little gal. She's in a onesie. We love her. I will watch the cutscenes once, but then after that, I will skip them. Ow. I did it again. I can't. It's not unlocked, you dumbass. Anyways, hello, Joel. I did die. It was a very unfortunate. I kind of was steamrolling there where it was kind of like, oh no, that's unfortunate. Oh no, that's unfortunate. Oh no, that's unfortunate. So it was going. It was starting to go in a spiral. It's not a circle, it's a spiral. Okay, come on, shoot. You don't see them? They don't see you? Exactly. A maze. Dirty. Oh my god, B, I'm gonna go back to all of my likes and I am going to absolutely fuck it up and send you so many Project Hail Marys.
Gotta hide.
We're gonna try to bring it back here and then scoot around that way.
A maze.
A maze. Have reposted some? Hell yeah. I have some that are just the audio bits as well. Sorry, I'm scared. Life is meaning. Life is purpose. Okay, now I just wait. A maze. Sorry, that's gonna be stuck in my head now. I love Rocky so much. Dude, I recommended the movie to Justine. She has
Life is reason.
Life is reason. She has a vendetta, not against the movie, but against her sister. Oh my god, you guys, that's so much better. Okay, so we're pushing the soup back next time if I die. That took up most, but like 5 minutes just waiting for him to do the fucking line. Okay, anyways. But she will not see it until it's online because her sister is just like, that was amazing. Okay, hold on. Locking in.
Jesus.
That's so worth it every time. Okay, I am gonna get some extra stuff here. So I will do the same thing of going around and dropping it off. That does alert the maid zombie though. That's okay. Elliot, oh my god, wait, yeah, Kai, who did you put on your island?
This place.
Elliot there.
What if I can't
That I made and he didn't like it? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Elliot's so evil. Evil, Elliot. Evil. How dare Elliot not like... But yeah, she hasn't seen it, so I haven't been able to say my Rocky jokes to anybody. I'm very sad about it. I love Rocky. I kind of want to read the book, I'm not gonna lie. I'm tempted to pick it up when I go... Well, I guess when we go to Barnes & Noble. I was gonna say when I go to Barnes & Noble, but I guess when we go? I mean, I honestly might go to Barnes & Noble tomorrow. There's a book I wanted, I don't know which one. Because I like this book I'm reading, but it's catching my jingle, but like, I don't know. It starts in a weird way where it just kind of starts, and it's kind of jarring. And I will say, that's not a reason to get a new book. I have like 50 books that are still on my TBR pile, so yeah, but I hate that. My toes. I'm not gonna worry about those. Yippies. I feel like there was something in one of these. Okay, so we're gonna wait for them to just make their way. I have my knife, yeah? I could probably stab him. Come on, sir. Come on. You're not coughing away. Okay, he's making... Can you hurry up? Oh my god, run! Run, Grace! Run! Run, Grace! Run! Oh my god! I don't know how we did that, but we did it! It's time to make Resident Evil 4 down. Yeah! Okay, get out of that. I just have to watch my butt. I need him to turn around. She won't be disturbed. Okay. Grace breathing like that is actively me. Pick it up, Grace. Pick it up, Grace. Okay, I have enough to pick up those two. And I'm gonna waste a knife on one of these guys anyways. Have I missed anything in there? No, okay. Oh, welcome back, welcome back. You leave the singer in the white dress, the life for Leon. When she goes to lunge at him, she makes a heart shape with her hand. Oh, yes, I do remember that. I always kill her though, unfortunately.
You're fired.
How rude. Oh my god. Where is he now? Okay. What's in that drawer? Don't overstay my welcome. Okay. I didn't want the pencil. Okay. Okay. We're out. Okay, so now we just have this zombie, which I don't have a gun right now, so I'm just gonna knife her. Or not. Oh my god, oh my god. Okay, or not. I'm not gonna knife her. I'm just gonna fucking run past her. Okay. I think with that, I think I might save since I unlocked all of that. What did I need? I need to put that in a door. Let me go put that in a door. I don't have a fucking gun because my gun is up there. I'm pretty sure it's up in that room. I'm gonna store one of those for later. What's in trinket box? Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Salmon. Oh, trinket box is that room. It should be at least. I don't think that changes. Yes. Okay. Correct. Correct. A maze. A maze. A maze. Tell Ash hi. Tell Ash hi. I need to message you something, B. I have information for you. Making BDs. Oh my god. Okay, what's your plan for your... When's your SM's birthday? Can't, he's too powerful. He's too powerful, no! You're so right, though. You're so right. Dude, I feel like the rat's really evil lately. Nothing out of the ordinary has happened, Kev. It's just, I don't know. I feel his evilness seeping through. I'm like, oh, today? Oh my god. Making a sign. Okay, that's really cute. That's really cute. Oh. I like your SM. I like your SM a lot. Okay, I don't need anything there. I'm going to save, but I'm gonna go put this in first. Because then I need that, which I think he has the other key over there. But unfortunately, he's also alive. And I don't have a gun yet. I'm pretty sure I left my gun up there.
Yes, I need 2 more.
Because I'm pretty sure the gun is in that part. I'm pretty sure with my last insanity run, I did get to Chuck. What button is it? Shift. Oh, because I'm pretty sure in the bar and lounge, my gun was over here. That might be in the original game. I think that's in the original game. Station, we can't go there. So we just have to go back to the parlor. Which is just a chef. Chef is there. And then it's the one guy inside. And I don't have my cue. I do have a knife though. It's my infinite knife though. So I think I'm gonna do this. Because I didn't use my other knife. So I'm gonna keep that out. Take these. Oh, I said I was gonna save. Should I do this next part and save? No, I'll just do this right now. This is fine. Chris's gun is in the bar with the singing zombie. So it is there. Okay. I couldn't remember if it's there in the Insanity run or in the normal one. But either way, there is still also another gun out here. I don't remember where I got both. Okay, so Grace's gun doesn't. Okay. The other gun does, though. They say the other gun? You don't get it. Okay, so the chef is out. Oh my god, yeah, you're right. I remember getting that. Okay, so I'll get the gun in a second then. And then most of my worries are calmed. Okay, I need to walk this way. Oh, you know what? No, too close. Too close for comfort. Too close for comfort. Too close for comfort. A little too close for comfort. I didn't want him that close to me. My god. I didn't even see him walk past me. Was he really that close behind me when I turned around? I feel like he was not there. These headphones are starting to hurt my ears. I could switch them out. I actually could today. I really want to start wearing my gamer buds again. Okay. Sorry, that other zombie over there is like... I love her line with this.
Weird. How do people normally get in here?
Okay, he's not awake yet. That's fine. He's awake. It's okay. It's you and me in this room, buddy. What are you gonna fucking do about it? You're gonna try to eat me. Sir, I'm taking your hand, and I'm taking your East Wing key. Okay, okay. Okay. Do we have anything else in this room? Oh my god, run, Grace. Oh my god, Grace, run. Oh my god. The chef can get in this room? Yes, yes he can. He's been in this room multiple times with me. Just really hope he's not right here. Okay, he's there, but he's walking that way. That's fine. I fucking love Carlos's... It's a weird fucking door. Because he like fucking shouts it. I'm like, okay, Carlos. Break it down, Carlos. It's okay. It's a weird fucking door. I know. But if I want to get into that room, I have to go over there, and then I have to go and go over there, and then I have to go over there, and then wait for all those zombies to pass, and then go and then into Quiet Spigg's fans room, and then get the gun and unlock that door. I have to go I'm not gonna lie, that went really well there. So I'm very happy. Wow, I'm making a lot more progress, I feel like. I do need to run to the restroom really quick, so, you can look at my inventory. I'll be right back. Keep yourselves company. I'll be right back. Don't fret, I'll be right back.
三倍呀。
Sorry, had to check on Mochi first. She's never coming back. I'm back. Imagine I never come back. I just leave the stream running and you're just stuck on this inventory screen for life. You would have good music. Be nice background music while you get stuff done. Wouldn't be the worst. But imagine you've never seen this game before, and then you're stuck here. It's like, well, never see the end of the game now. Mochi was face planted though on the bed. I was like, what is that called? Okay, nobody's here. They're trapped over there. I don't know why I tried to open that. It kind of marks it anyways. Do I have enough space? I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that. So I'm not gonna pick up that. I'm gonna leave that because that'll probably be good for later. What are you? Well, I'm gonna pick up this now. Before I go into there. And I'm just gonna drop it off. Just gonna drop it off. I don't know if there is an ink ribbon up with Chuck before his Mr. Chunk. So I'm gonna have to remember to bring one when I go up there. You just leave and it's just like 6 or 7 hours later your mom comes in, sits down at the computer, says, "I'm gonna show you all my no shit about games. Fucking speedruns would be crazy." I mean, that would be my mom. She unfortunately doesn't like horror, so she wouldn't do that, but she does actually play a lot of games in a sense that I can't do that. I hate that they don't give you an injector here. Like, that's just criminal. Yeah, the light's on over there, buddy. Always safe. But my mom did, oh my god, is he heading this way? He's never headed this way before.
This might be useful.
Collect this blood. I think he's gonna go back in. I think he goes back in. I think he goes back in. But my mom did grow up working at an arcade, so she would be the one to know how to play games well. Unfortunately, her favorite games were Pac-Man, so I don't think she would be very good at Resident Evil. But you never know. I'm not gonna lie, I really want to mess it up and just keep on clicking on it because, like, it's really fun to click on those things. Do I want to keep one? I should probably keep one. I like having one on hand. I could explode one of those guys. But I also could just maneuver my way through these guys. Here's what we're thinking. I'm thinking I still make this and I keep it, but I maneuver my way through these guys so I don't have to use it. And then I leave everybody in the hallway, and then we spawn. Well, we go all the way around and we do everything. We find our gun finally. But then when we go up to Chunk, when we come back down, yes, it might be a problem. But also, it might not be a problem because I'm just going to let Chunk run them over. You ever thought about that? You ever thought about just having Chunk run over all the zombies for you? This guy has. Multiple times because I get very scared of the zombies and I don't know what to do, so I just am like, here little guy, here big guy, run them over. Biggest fan to kill Chunk. I have not gotten him to kill somebody for me for a while now. This is the stupid note that I missed one time. I don't know how I missed it. I guess I was really scared. I wish I could climb through that window. Like, that's a very Resident Evil 2 window to climb through. Let me drink my water. I would be an awful speedrunner. like trying to hit top score speedrunner, I would be awful at it. I get so distracted. I couldn't see if oh my god, I scared myself. I got too close to the door. But I do not stay locked in, even for like hydration and whatnot, which is good. Still to hydrate. La 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 la. Oh yeah, I forgot that freaky guy. Some little scary. People speedrun challenges aren't that difficult. I'm not saying they're difficult. I'm just saying I don't stay locked in. I don't stay locked in, so how do you want me to do that? No, hello, fire. Welcome. Welcome home, fire. A little bit tipsy, we'll take care of yourself. Make sure you drink some water. Get you don't have to lock in. See? Oh, wait, I want to crouch. I don't have to lock in. Your head. No sound? Okay. I almost said hold on. No, I'll do that. No sound for like 5 minutes. What my shit is? Okay. We are gonna go run, and that's gonna make him mad, but he's over there. Not gonna lie, it feels good over years. Why am I gonna? No. No, I listened to Ash. I agree with Ash. I don't gotta lock in. I don't gotta lock in. God, I gotta fucking kill those two bitches up there. Because if I don't kill those two bitches up there, they're gonna be a problem when I try to take. They're gonna be a problem when I have to go collect the wristband from down the hallway. And that's gonna be a bigger problem for me. I need that, I can take that out. I think I'm gonna save that one, put that away. Keep that. I mean, I do have a lot of ink tins, but I do like using these little guys. Killing? That was kind of violent. So true. Also, sorry, I did not mean to spend all that time. I'm not gonna lie, I heard that door open from my fucking headphones. Jesus. My headphones might be a wee bit loud. That looked weird. Here's just her orange bracelet. Oopsie. I'm still coughing. My head. Alright, just opening the door. At least I can see this. Go right. Let me run. I know that drill. And now we're gonna give him a second to calm down, and then we're gonna go back in. I'm telling you guys, I should have just bunkered down and did that audition for Universal. It wasn't the worst choice to not do it, because like there was no way I was gonna drive out there in this economy with how far I live from Universal, because Universal is not even like in LA. It's on the other fucking side of LA. That's not how I crouch. I try to press C. At least it's not E. I would get trash for that. Also, yes, I'm slightly distracted and I'm looking up stuff again on my phone. Did he even fucking move? How rude. Especially in this economy. That's what I'm saying. How long has it been? 2 minutes. Shut up. Okay, the safest thing is to like, I mean, I could do a drive-by, get those zombies, bring them down, and bring them here. I was like, won't come out. Is there anything else I'm missing in here besides where he's fucking standing? I need to go there. I mean, I could go get that activated because they went back upstairs. Is that gonna make you mad? Oh my god, 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 I saw his fucking little thing. He was right behind me. He's right behind me, isn't he? But like, I feel like I'm so much more confident in the freaking accent now. I'm like, oh fuck, bro, now I can do it. Except I don't know where it is. I had to go back and save the page that I wanted. Oh, here it is. Hello? 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 Did he move? She for sure moved. Did he go back in that spot again? You just really want to stay there. I would really care for my weapon. Don't. This is like me yesterday of don't drop that dun. Hey, don't drop that dun. Don't. Oh my god. Don't text and drive. Me today, don't play Resident Evil and drive. How has it been? It's been 5 minutes. We're putting back the earbuds. I didn't get much done, but I'm trying to deal with him. He's being a little bit of an issue. Quiet. What I got in my pocket? Okay. I can't use that, but I'm gonna open it for Leon. They sound very funny up there. Wow, my earbuds are turned up really loudly. We're gonna see if they can. That was good English. We're gonna see if we can get their attention and bring them down and have Quiet's biggest fan murder them. Marry you? Is that what she said? Yeah. Because they are oh. God, they're tripping on each other. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, he was right behind me. Hello. Hello. Oh my god. I didn't expect him to move. I don't know if he took out anybody. That was so sudden. Anyways, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh my god. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I forgot. Hold on. Let me do that. Camera. We're gonna do third person for Grace because we changed her outfit. I forgot we were gonna do that. Does she actually? Okay. Oh, welcome into chaos. I don't have my gun. Oh, please tell me that was the maid going back. Quiet. I had a whole setup to bring the other guys down so that he could kill them. He's gonna be back in that spot. Oh, he's not. Okay, he's in a spot where I can... Everything feels off though, because now it's... Is there anything in that corner? There probably is. Yeah, that's about that. There's nothing in there.
My head.
Yeah, your head hurts, buddy. It's okay. Your head hurt. Your head hurt. It's all good. I really gotta take a... God. Wow, this is so weird seeing it from this view. Do I really want to waste my bullets? I didn't even load it. Hello, zombies.
Experiments.
Okay, you know. Run, Grace.
That's too effective.
Ok, excusez-moi. Okay. The last time... God, I'm not ready for this.
Lock tight.
I don't really need to look at all these, but I'm just gonna double check. Oh. Okay, and then we're just gonna crouch for moral support and look at what's in my pockets. Wow, okay. I have to come back up here anyways, so I think I'm gonna leave some of this stuff. Because there's no point. Because I need at least one space. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very scared of Chunk and I would like him to run down people. Might be better to just fucking book it though. Well, shit. Hey, remember how I needed that one space? Oh my god, yes, close the inventory. Okay, so we have to make an executive decision. I don't want to throw away a scrap. Can I make this into any of this? If I make that into that, can that stack? No, but I use 2 of that and I can dismantle that. Good enough. His legs are fucking made of steel, I won't lie. Hey. That might kill me. Oh my god. Don't fuck with me.
Shit.
Don't fuck with me. So that knife may have been a good call. Anyways, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow and everything. Okay, I don't know where the quiet guy was. Okay. Well, we got things we needed. He's still making it downtown. Hi. Yeah, your biggest fan's right there. We got another of your biggest fans too on the other side, don't worry. I want to see how fast he moves, because he moves faster in Insanity. Okay, he just turned around so fast. Okay. Okay, I will hydrate too. I don't like him. Okay, so what do we have now? I have one less scrap. I kind of want to turn that into scrap now. So take 2 scrap to make 1 antique coin. I need 1 more. I guess it would have been smart to grab that. I'm not smart with grabbing things. I should probably just heal. That guy did almost get me killed. I don't know how much more damage I can take, so I might just heal. What if I just use... This isn't smart. Medium amount of health should get me good. Yeah, okay. Let me go check on the little one. Okay, so we're chunk out, but we have ID band. Little one. She's so cute. She's so cute in her little bear outfit. I forget what this cutscene is.
Hey. Are you alright?
She's just in her bear onesie. No.
You're the lady from before. Yeah. This is, you're, Did anyone hurt you? Because I can't see. Oh, no, that's not what I meant.
That sounds so funny to me.
It's not my fault.
Did anybody bully you? Because
The
I'm
doctors gave us
blind?
both medicine.
No.
Made our eyes go bad.
Because you're an experiment, girly.
So there was someone in there? There's another bed in this, My friend. Marie.
She turned into a xenomorph girl. I'm sorry, I hate to break it to you.
One day she just disappeared.
That was an awful fucking experience. I don't know why I turned her into a xenomorph.
It wasn't me. Is that bad? I'm just gonna...
Grace is so awkward. I love her. I just got a message from my friend and I don't know what they were talking about earlier, but in the group it just says epic. I'm like, okay, epic. What the fuck did I get? I have played this game now a couple of times. Not fully through, but at least this part. Level 1. Level 1 is there, so I can go over there and get that. There's going to be a wrench, and the wrench goes over. The wrench goes over. Over there. There's gonna be that one guy in that hallway. I think the chef is still there. I don't remember. Ew. I need more blood. That sounds so... I need more blood. If I could have grabbed that. I really just needed 1 more. Because I think I put 2 antique coins in. Ow. There might be... I know there's probably an herb over there. I feel like there was an antique coin in there. I have to head that way. Anyway, so we shall see. I need at least 1 bullet in my gun. So I can kill the tractor zombie. God. That the freak of the zombie? Yes, it is. I wonder if the chef could kill him. Like if I get the chef angry. Well, now they walk 2 different ways. That's a little inconvenient, my dudes. Can't you guys like synchronize? Guess I'll wait till the chef walks the other way. I could go stoop around the room. Come on, chef. Mr. Butcher. I think I tried to at least... Well, not try. I think I'm going to get to here. That leads me up to here. Quiet's biggest fan is in there. Can at least unlock all that and then come back down and save. There's so much blood over there. What does that get me? Oh, it gets me that, and then the wrench, I can go back over there and get that. And then I can get that. But I did leave, in fact, 3 zombies in there. And when I put all that stuff in, I'm gonna have 4 zombies in there. Sounds gonna be kind of fun. I don't think that's gonna be fun. Is the chef gonna move? Oh, they're together now? Oh. You're telling me he just turned around out of nowhere? Oh, he's down the hallway. Quick. Fuck. There's no antique coin in here, right? If I kill him, there will be. For good measure, we're gonna let it ride. Is he oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry, you can't gamble with me. That wasn't the... That's not the deal. Well, did you place it in, 25 black? Run past him. There's another guy right there. We're just gonna go in here. We're just gonna go in here. And we're gonna stock up on blood. It's good. I put everything on 13. 13 red or 13 black. Ooh. See, I told you. I told you I was right. There was an antique coin in here. My god. Okay, so I want to try to go back and get that space, because that space would be very nice to have 2 more. It would be very nice to have 2 more. 1, 2. Oh, can I make that? I don't think I have a scrap metal. I have to watch that guy. Oh, he was coming this way. When he turns back around, I can go straight. And then I can deal with the other 2. Okay, well, I wanted to deal with you, but not like that. Does he come in here? I'm out to bed. Well, go take care of yourself, Fire. Have a good night. Sleep well. Doodaloop-de-loo apple. Meow 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 meow. Oh, we're gonna loop-de-loo him, I guess. I'm really hungry, you guys. I think I have to say kind of fuck it. Oh! Walk it! Okay. Everything's fine. You know what we got? Storage. We got storage in my pockets. Hell yeah. I have nothing extra in my pocket, so I'm gonna wait here. We're gonna let it ride again. 15 black, 15 black. That's like 2. I actually forget what numbers it lands on. 7 red.
Let it ride. Let it ride. Let it ride.
I don't know if the scientist, or not a scientist, I guess doctor is stuck in the kitchen now. Don't know. Seven black. Walking same. Let it ride. Mr. Chef won't mind if we're gambling a bit. He does not mind. Fuck, 7 black again. God. Oh, you're shitting me. Now you come out? I've been sitting there waiting for you. I'm fucking rude, bro. You been waiting. And now I gotta wait for the chef. And for him. Oh. Oh. And him. Oh, no. Run. The other zombie is here. No, fuck you! Ow! Please open immediately. Okay. We've made it to the safe room. I almost think I should end it here, just as a good spot. Let me put that away. That stays, that stays. I can make one of these, which might come in handy. I think I might do that. I wanted to stream a little bit longer today, but I know I have family coming over again. I did have a fucking antique one. I did have one in my pocket. I know I had one stored. I just didn't freaking take it. Where did I leave my knife? Oh. Upstairs. Where I left Chunk. That's where I left my knife. Yeah, I think I'm safe. I think I'm safe. Because then when we play this again, I think I'm safe, and then I do when we play this again, not next week, but the week after that, I do this. Then we go upstairs. We unlock all this. We run into Quiet's second biggest fan. And then we can run down. And then we can get this. And then we can, I don't know how, but then end back over here so that we can go do this. And obliterate all this. To the scary upstairs. Yep, that's what we'll do next time. Because then after we do all that and we get that, and we get the key. Oh. The key will then lead us. I'm just thinking about it. I was like, oh, I really should just like react calmly. Because if I did this here properly, I could just like run, grab that, and then run back in here, and then wait for him to pass, and then go downstairs, and then, oh. And then run back, and then do this whole room to get the corrosive to get that, and do that all in one go. And then come down and do the rest of it. Instead, I came back downstairs and I'm doing everything else. Huh. I realized my mistakes. Anyways, I'm gonna save. If I am correct, we still do have another ink ribbon. And then we have a whole bunch of ink ribbons. Yeah. Okay. That's it for today then. You guys haven't even seen like most of the mods that I downloaded. I think the biggest one that I did was the Xenomorph, and that shit was horrifying. Oh, I don't need this up now. Truth be told, modding this actually really easy. Deadlock's updating. Okay. Okay, Deadlock. Also, it is getting quite warm too, so I do actually want to kind of end. Because I'm getting warm now. I'm gonna play this song again. Other than that, what's today? Thursday? Monday we'll start up a big game. I think I'm gonna do Control. I think I'm gonna play Control. Control or Inscription are the two that I like jingle my jingles right now. Do that, we'll do some Deadlock next week, and then I think we'll start Revelations 2 as well. As long as everything goes to plan. I mean, if not, then we just do Resident Evil Requiem. We will do Thursday Resident Evil Day. Type shit, you know? Big game, yeah. I really gotta play Control for the new game, so I'm like, okay, I really just gotta do that. Also, it ties into Alan Wake lore too, so I'm like, I really gotta play it. I've been meaning to for years. Other than that though, I am gonna say goodbye, so I can go make sure my house is ready for people. But I love you all, so bye-bye. I can't believe I modded it. I fucking learned. It's honestly so easy. I don't know why I didn't do it earlier. I was just scared, okay? Anyways, I love you all. Please take care. Have a good weekend, everybody, and I will see you all on Monday. Bye-bye.